Okay, we're getting ready to start our meeting here. Welcome to Protection and Policy Committee meeting for February 21st, 2022. The roll call, Alder Stoyer, I am here. Alder Vanderleest.
Here.
Alder Lefebvre.
Here.
And Alder Stevens is at the Transportation, Bike, and Pedestrian meeting. He'll be with us shortly. So we do have a quorum. Approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Vanderleest, seconded by Lefebvre. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Next, we have the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
So moved by Lefebvre. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vanderleest. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Regular business. Consideration with possible action on an application for an available Class B combination license by Imperium Ballroom LLC, Imperium Ballroom at 1678 East Mason, with a license premise description as alcohol will be stored at storage room and alcohol will be in ballroom area. Staff?
This is Lieutenant Mahoney. I'll jump in on this one right away. The gentleman that applied for the liquor license is currently incarcerated. He's our suspect. He's in jail for charges of first-degree homicide. So that's why we did not do the stipulation agreement or any type of plan. I know he hasn't been convicted of it, but we felt it wasn't necessary to do one based on what he's currently facing.
Yeah, I did see that, Lieutenant. I appreciate that. Well, the police, that's good for me. Law, I'm sure you'd feel the same way.
Yeah, based on the seriousness of the offenses, best case scenario for the applicant, law department would recommend at least holding off, if not outright denial, based on the charges and the severity.
Yeah, that is pretty serious. I don't think we've had one quite this serious, at least allegations. So my thought would be initially to deny, but I'm thinking that if this person, over time could come back and reapply. So I don't know. I'm going to lean on law a little bit on this as far as what you think we should do. My gut feeling is to deny myself personally, but I'd like you to, if there's any leeway for this person, if he's considered innocent, later, and then he could come back and reapply. I just need your information or your thoughts on that.
Well, and also Alder Stoyer, I found out from the clerk's office that since this gentleman applied for the license, it's kind of set aside for the committee to make a recommendation, yes or no. So to help the clerk's office, I would recommend that this does not just get held until the end of the case, because then it's a license that just will be tied up that no one else could use. So it's up to the committee, but just so you're aware that if it's held, then the license is kind of in limbo where no one else could access it.
Right.
Mark, I'll make a motion to receive and place on file.
Or, well, receive and place on file.
It's out of the loop right now then.
Okay, well then it's still alive. It's still active, correct?
No, they would have to bring it back.
They'd have to bring it back. Do you have is there a second? Alder Lefebvre, go ahead.
I'd like to ask Attorney Bungart, is that the proper motion if we don't want to hold this? Does the receive and place on file, leave it open? What's our options? What should we do?
Right, yes. So receive and place on file essentially kind of postpones it indefinitely. Robert's rules allows for a motion to postpone indefinitely, which under our vernacular means to receive and place on file. So it could come back. Motion to hold more so sets it to a definite date or a date certain. So once the charges are processed and the court adjudicates the offenses, it could be brought back at a date certain. My one recommendation, though, would be if the committee does want to deny, not deny specifically just for the pending offense. because that would be problematic. The committee would need to decipher another reason to deny beyond just the pending offense. We can only deny based on convictions. So procedurally, right, those are the possibilities. I agree that the pending charges are very severe, and I would agree that I think it would be in the best interest of the city to find out what happens with the pending charges before a decision is made. But if we do want to just outright deny, it would have to be for a reason other than just solely the pending charges. The pending charges can be a factor, but
Look, you stay there, Tasha.
What?
You little girl.
Yourselves, people. Thank you. Alder LaFave.
I also have a question then, we could say because the charges, and it would take over this to come to trial, and the trial, it could be months before we get a definite answer one way or the other outcome, that we are holding a license open that long is not advantageous for the city.
Right.
Would
I
that
think
be
receiving place on file
allowed?
is our best solution.
I like Alder Vanderleest's, now that Attorney Bungert mentioned that, because the reason I would deny it would be because of the pending allegations, and that's not a good case. If there was a felony, if it was conviction, that'd be one thing, but it's allegations. So I'm going to second what Alder Vanderleest said, receive and place on file. If something happens in the future that it could come back, they could reapply. That way it'll Attorney Bungert, that'll open up the license then? Or not? It won't.
that I think I would actually defer that to the clerk's office as to whether that places a hold. I don't believe factually that it does, because our licenses are on a first come, first served basis. So long as you have all of the qualifying factors in order to move forward with the license. And in this instance, I think there would be an argument that the application is not full and complete because the stipulation agreement hasn't been able to be executed because the person is currently incarcerated.
Okay, Clerk Jeffries, can you answer to that?
Yes, we do in fact process licenses on a first come first served basis. However, Chapter 4 needs to be updated so that we can have clarity on those licenses that have applied but who've not met all the qualifications.
Yeah, I guess I just don't want to put the city in any kind of liability or any problem here. I'd like to have this license opened up possibly for somebody else, but the fact is that we can't make, because of allegations, we cannot, if we deny it, we were leaving ourselves open. So I just want to make sure we make the right decision here. I have my ideas, but I'm leaning to, I seconded what Alder Vanderleest said, as far as motion to receive and place on file. Alder Stevens is here now. Alder, have you been listening to any of this?
No, I don't know where you're at.
Okay, well, I would stay off for this one then and just wait for the next. Well, we have a motion and a second to receive and place on file. Do we have any other discussion?
One other thing, Mark, I just want to mention, if we receive and place it on file, we haven't done any action on this. They haven't moved one step closer to getting their license, and they don't have all the requirements met anyway. So by putting it, receiving and placing on file, basically, they haven't applied. They haven't had their application completed, and they're really not in the running for the application at this point.
All right, I'm comfortable with that. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Yeah, that passes or is received and placed on file 3-0. And Alder Stevens is now back from his other meeting. So I was going to mention too that any decisions that are made today, the final vote will be at City Council, which is March 1st, next Tuesday at 6 p.m. All right, number 2, consideration with possible action on an application for a Class B combination license by KLC SMC LLC at 1911 University Avenue with a licensed premise description as bar, kitchen, basement, currently licensed as SV2 LLC. Staff?
Law Department recommends denial based on offenses that substantially relate to the licensed activity. We've got 4 alcohol-related offenses through municipal court, most recently in 2018.
Okay. Police?
The police concur with law.
All right, committee, have you had a chance to take a look at this? What are your thoughts?
Mark, is there anybody from the public that wants to speak?
That'd be a good point. If there's somebody here to speak to this, in fact, we should open the floor before too, but apologize for that.
Make a motion to open the floor.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Vanderleest. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Is there anybody here to speak to this matter? Anybody here to speak to this agenda item, number 2? Want to speak on this matter on agenda item number 2? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion
Motion to close the floor.
by Vanderleest. Do we have a second? Second by Stevens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passes unanimously. All right. Does anybody have anything to add to this? You know, we listened to what the law department and the police said as well. Go ahead, Alder LaFave.
Yeah, according to Attorney Mays, she said that I thought the last was 2018. There were several. Has there been anything since then?
I'm trying to look it up myself right now.
I don't see it in our.
Well, we had an email that was added later today. It's not on the agenda. So, Attorney Mays, could you elaborate, or do we need to look at that?
The offenses that went through the Green Bay Municipal Court, 2018, no licensed operator on premises. 2013, no licensed operator on premises. 2012, serving an intoxicated person. And 2012, allowing underage person to enter a licensed premises.
Okay.
I have a question.
But have they been in, I'm sorry, have
Go
they
ahead.
been in operation since then?
This is for the attorney.
Well, that business is currently closed.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if this applicant has another
It
license.
looks like they've been
elsewhere in the city.
remodeling in there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I was looking at 3 of the offenses were 2013, 2012. It's already been a decade. I don't feel nearly as bad about that. Anybody else on the committee? Your thoughts?
Yeah,
Oh,
is
the more
this
recent
just a
one.
name change or a new business altogether?
It is my understanding that this is a new business altogether, not a name change.
Okay.
Says action on an application. That's what it says at the beginning of.
Right.
In other words,
And if it's
at this point.
right, if it's denied, then he will not be able to continue on with that effort. Like I said, personally, I looked at some of the problems, the felony misdemeanor. That's 10 years ago. It'd be nice if the person was here to speak on his behalf. I'd like to hear from him.
There was an you said, oh, right here, there, no.
Do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at the email real quick.
I'll make a motion, Mark, whenever Mr.
Right,
Stevens.
yeah, let's just get that email out first, then we'll. Do you have it, Craig?
That's the second one, right?
I believe so, number 2.
I'm operating on one computer at the moment, so.
Oh. Attorney Mays, do you have your email up by any chance?
Yes, I do.
I don't know if you could read that again. Just, I know you mentioned it already, but I like just, just for the clarification.
Sure. The
of the
offenses,
committee.
in 2018, there was a citation for no licensed operator on the premises. 2013, no licensed operator on the premises. 2012, serving an intoxicated person. And 2012, allowing underage person to enter a licensed premises.
So what business did they own previously?
I don't know if that was stated.
I'm not sure on the history of the property or if they were running a separate business. I know that the business SV2 has popped up on liquor license applications before. I would maybe defer to the clerk's office.
Clerk Jeffries, can you add to that, anything to this?
No, I think that the law department has it all correct.
Okay.
I'll make
Well,
that whenever you're ready.
Did Alder Vanderleest make a motion?
No, he was waiting to hear from what you had to state. If there's anything you had to add to it. Like I
I do
said,
not. Does Alder Vanderleest want to make a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion that we hold this for 30 days and that we try to get a hold of the present owners, the ones that are making the application, and we hear what's going on from them and find out some history. We don't know any of the history much. And, it's from a decade or more ago about some of the violations. So a chance to at least, address our committee.
Alder Vanderleest, can we do that 2 weeks out instead of 30?
We can, if that's all you want to do it.
Yeah,
Give them 2 weeks. If
I'll
that's
second that.
okay.
Okay, yeah, as long as the person knows that we're having that meeting, he needs to be there. All right, we have a motion by Vanderleest and a second by Stevens. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay. I gotta get to my agenda here. The agenda keeps knocking out here. Okay, here we go. Number 3, consideration with possible action on a resolution establishing polling locations for the spring general election, April 5th, 2022. Clerk Jeffries, I suppose you want to start with that, or?
Certainly, these are the polling locations for April. Unfortunately, I could not assign them for the rest of the year. I think there might be some additional moves after the April election, but we have 27 locations, and what I provided in the resolution was the both location for the aldermanic district as well as the supervisory district.
Okay. Does anybody from the public or from the committee, anybody on this Zoom meeting have any questions about that at all? Any concerns? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to
Motion to
receive, place on file.
Yes, hello.
Oh,
Yes, this is Polly Razor from 419 East Captain.
Okay, we'll have to open the floor.
motion to
sorry.
open the floor.
Motion by Stevens. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by LaFave. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Okay, please state your name and address for the record and then continue. Go ahead.
Polly Razor, 419 East Captain, Circle, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay,
I kind of missed a little bit of the talk, but I'm assuming we're talking about polling locations, which we've had several people recently that we spoke to that have had concerns about several of the polling locations, including UWGB, that it's difficult to get to, difficult to find the address or the location to vote, and several complaints about the sanctuary, that it's uphill, hard for older people to get to, and different levels.
Mhm.
So just bringing that to your attention, that we've talked to several people in recently as in knocking doors, and those are some of the information we're
Okay.
getting back from people.
Okay, well, that's a good point. I mean, we try to, over the years, I would hope that we have polling locations that are safe and easily accessible to all. Clerk Jeffries, even though, well, we're still have an open floor here, but as far as the UWGB locations, can you clarify those a little bit?
Thank you, Chair. Clarify that people.
Well, it's located on campus, but exactly, is it one room inside the union, or where is it exactly?
Yes. So the rooms are located, they're the Phoenix rooms. We've been voting there for quite some time. So, I'm aware that people don't like going to UWGB. And I think that, from my perspective, I'm grateful that we have a community partner that can give us room as large as the Phoenix rooms.
I would ask if you could, depending on us, to put that on the location name. Not just UWGB, but exactly where the Phoenix room if need be.
Yes, I did that with some other locations. I'll be happy to add the Phoenix rooms.
Yeah, just for clarification purposes. And then also at the Wildlife Sanctuary, is that at the new building?
It is.
Okay. All right, Ms. Reeser, does that help a little bit, or do you want something else? Talk about something else.
I guess Ms. Jeffries is aware that the public is unhappy with the GB locations. What are their? I mean, I only talked to a few people that just said they had a hard time finding the location.
Right.
Their issues, I guess, that they're aware of.
I just want to make one comment, Mark.
Okay.
Can I make Can I make a comment too? I've had my hand.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're waving. Well, listen. The floor is still open, so answer to Ms. Reeser on this. Go ahead, Alder Lefebvre.
Yes, and I was wondering if Ms. Reeser is aware that at the Wildlife Sanctuary that you can drive up and there are about 4 or 5 parking spaces that I'm sure they would allow for handicapped people, those who cannot walk up the steps or up the hill, because you have to park below. You either go up the steps or you have to go up the incline of the drive. But that is available, and it is a very big room. It can accommodate I think it's 4 wards this time. Oh, wait, 3 wards. Last time it was only 2, but it should be able to accommodate it. And yeah, and I think also at UWGB, it's been a long time. They could maybe do better signage so that people could find it easier.
This is Janet Angus. Could I speak?
Sure. Hold on a second, Janet. Ms. Reeser, did you have any? Alder Vanderlis, did you have something to say too? And then Alder Gerlach. I'll get to you, Janet, in a minute.
I was just going to mention that at UWGB, if they could do better signage, that would help the public find it better and know exactly where to go. They just have to put a little more signage so people aren't so confused. And that would be my comment on that.
Okay.
UWGB.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Alder Gerlach.
And it's like a broken record, but I just want to reaffirm, I've worked twice at the polling places at UWGB, and I was late getting there because I couldn't find where I was going. It's going to take more than a little signage, good signage for where to park. And then once you park, really good signage for how to get there. It's a wonderful place to vote because so many of the students can vote easily then, but we have to get people there. So I agree with Ms. Razor and the other comments. I just wanted to add to that.
All right, thank you.
And
Okay,
And just to make note, the people that we were speaking to do not have disability stickers that would feel comfortable parking in disabled parking spots without the appropriate lineage to do that. So,
Yeah.
so not all people have disability stickers that have a hard time getting up those walkways, so.
I might have to talk, after the fact, we might have to talk to Public Works or Parking Utility, something like that. Maybe other alders have a suggestion for that, then maybe we, for that.
Excuse me, Alder Steuer, I need
Yes,
to interject
go
that
ahead.
that land is not city property.
Okay,
So we would need to get the university, I believe that's state property.
Okay.
But they're very helpful, and I certainly will convey the community's concerns.
okay, all right, well,
Alder Steuer,
yes, go
Alder
ahead.
Dorf. Hi, this is my district. This is where District
Right.
1 votes. So, I'm really familiar with it. Been going there since it opened. And yeah, those signs are rather small. They're yellow. They're plentiful, but they're rather small. Now, people that have voted there before have no problem whatsoever. But if you haven't voted there before, the only thing I wonder if we could ask of them, of course, it's not our property, we can't really do it, but perhaps if we provided them with larger signs that would delineate where, because you can enter at any number of places, and then you have to go in at any number of places. There's not just one way to get there. So we need a lot of signs, and there are good signs, they're just small. So
That's a good point, and I think, Alderdorf, if we can work with the university on that, I don't know if you have a connection there, but I would like to see that happen, so.
I will work with Clerk Jeffries. How
Okay.
about that? I'll work
I
with
will,
Clerk
I
Jeffries.
will have you two work on that so we can actually get some better signage. Miss Angus? Janet?
Oh, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
No, Janet, go ahead. State your
Okay.
name and address for the record.
Janet Angus, 1403 Shirley Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah, I've talked to some people over in that district also, and some people say that they don't even want to go out there because it's just too difficult to get to the polling place. I know that when I personally went out there to a meeting that the mayor had earlier about the ARP funds this year, I parked in the wrong lot. I had trouble finding the student union. I don't go there very much. I found it very confusing and difficult to go to. UWGB is a confusing place, I think, to go just because of the way the campus is, if you're not familiar with it. So people have said that their ward used to be at a school, if I recall, and they wish that it would be back in a location that was easier for them to get to.
Was that Baird? That might have been Baird Elementary, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was not. It was
Okay, I'm
Holy
sorry.
Cross. It was Holy
Okay.
Cross School. It's my district. Yeah,
Okay.
we would love to go to Holy Cross or any school. However, because of Sandy Hook and the children being murdered at Sandy Hook, the school district put in some very strict security procedures. And the Catholic schools have mostly taken those on as well, and they will not allow any voting. Since the days of Chris Teskey, we have tried to find a different place other than UWGB, because my parents were very old and they were disabled, but this is what they did. We took them to City Hall to vote early. We got them absentee ballots. There's lots of different ways to vote without having to go to the polls. So that's one solution. But Chris Teskey and I looked and looked and looked, and we can't find any place that can accommodate us in District 1.
Okay.
UWGB was about it. And there's a lot of people that vote on election day. So we
Yeah.
need a big place, and schools
Okay.
are absolutely out of the picture.
Okay, Miss Angus, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Alder LaFaith,
Another thing
me-
about the wildlife sanctuary. Oops, I'm
we
sorry.
get, the floor is still open, so I just want to make sure that everybody, is there anybody else that wants to speak to this matter? Ms. Reeser, did you have your questions answered well enough or not?
Yes, at this time. I wasn't sure if there could be, private locations, or they pretty much have to be all.
It is places, I will admit to that. So I think, I want to say that the clerk's office is duly looking at this as well as it can, but if there's ways we can improve signage and a few other things, I think we will work on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was gonna
Anybody else here that wants to speak to this matter? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to close the floor.
Vanderleest, seconded by LaFave. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Alder LaFave, you can go now. I saw your eyes moving.
Okay, another thing about the wildlife sanctuary is she said they don't have the actual stickers. We could maybe have someone outside to see if the person, parks and they could ask them, is it because you have trouble going up the steps or whatever, and allow it. I would think that most people are probably going to park down below. I don't think it's a problem, but I know we had it, I think that was back in 2020. They had it over at Bay Beach Amusement Park. But I think the problem with that is they don't have heating, I think, in it. So at this time, it could be kind of cold. Of course, April was a little bit, the February primary, but I don't know if that would be a possibility. Clerk Jeffries?
So let me just reiterate that every polling location has curbside voting. And at the wildlife sanctuary, there's curbside voting, so you don't have to actually go down the hill to park and then up the hill. And the hill is essentially between the parking lot and the facility. Once you're at the curbside voting at the facility, you're pretty much on grade. And I now have instituted a different method for curbside voting. So voters can call a number that's here at the clerk's office. We have someone manning that telephone number. We get in touch with the chief inspector inside, and then they come out for the curbside vote. Now, in terms of the temperature of the facility, I certainly can look at that. I was not aware. I mean, I know that it's very loud, the facility, but I was not aware that there was a heating issue in the wildlife sanctuary. There wasn't.
There isn't. No, Bay Beach.
Right, we're not using Bay Beach Pavilion anymore.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
That doesn't work for August. So that's why we're not using it.
One thing, it's probably too late to change anything now. Well, any action in a month, I would think it'd be very difficult at this time. I listened to what Alder Gerlach said too. I take that into consideration, not only at UWGB, but also here, we want to have a good voting experience for our people. So anybody else have anything else?
Okay,
Go ahead,
and I will
Alder.
say one thing, my husband does have trouble right now. He has a lung condition, but we did park below, and he took his time. He walked up the hill to vote. So, I mean, it can be done, but just take your time,
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Stevens. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by LaFave. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, for number 4, I got to read every one of these. I don't know if we should take these one at a time. Call the worry.
A point of clarification. I wondered if we needed to take them one at a time. There's so
That's
much.
what I'm thinking, yes.
Yeah, I think it would be great. We
Yes.
could really have some great
Yep.
discussion.
Yes, we will. All right, let's move forward. Number 4, consideration with possible action to ensure fair elections that are fully transparent and help instill trust in the process for citizens of Green Bay. I am requesting a review with possible actions, changes, these measures, and others that may arise. Alder Weary, I believe you brought this forward. There were a couple different ways I was going to look at this, like how to, there's going to be a lot of input here from different folks. First off, I would like to just state that, I'm looking for civility as much as possible in this discussion. We're looking for solutions, so I would hope for that. Like I said, I hope when I say civility, I'm not like the Badger Michigan game yesterday, the aftermath of that game. I want to have a better result that way. So anyway, Alder Weary, would you like to start as far as the reason? Sure. In fact, let's do number 1. Number 1 is ensure voting machines have no modem or internet connectivity capability. Let's go with that, and you can start with it, and then we can have a discussion. So go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Chairman Sawyer. And
yes, certainly any of these, I mean, there's no particular rush. They don't have to be acted on tonight, whether or not, we talk about them tonight. If legal or the clerk's office wants to have opinion on them and bring them back in 2 weeks, that's fine. I think some of these are fairly straightforward and,
Okay. Well, we can do it that way as well. I just said, some people might have opinions on them.
you bet, certainly. Whether or not we need, to throw it out there, whether or not we need an election integrity subcommittee, we could do something like that too. But I'd be just glad to listen in and see what people think.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Committee, first of all, I'm going to go to my committee. Does anybody have anything maybe on this point? Otherwise, we can open up the floor as well. I have a feeling that the floor will be open a number of times during this commentary. Alder LaFave.
No, number 3 to me is a no-go. Drop boxes are a convenience. It's easy for people to go into the city hall and that. And drop boxes are a lot more secure than any mailbox out there. Come on, there's no security on the mailboxes at all. And so somebody could go in a mailbox. They could go into my mailbox and take my if I vote absentee. They could go around looking and checking in people's mailboxes and the mailboxes downtown that are out.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, you're jumping ahead.
I believe that
Right.
drop boxes, we've been doing
Okay.
a really good job on making sure that they're secure.
All right. I think with all these points, we were going to, all the worries said that, some of these could be vetted and moved forward. So just for sake of transparency, I'm going to read each one of these and we can interject accordingly and we can open the floor as well. So the number 1 is to ensure voting machines have no modems or internet connectivity capability. Number 2 is to review the absentee ballot curing processes, including what can be cured and by whom. We should keep a logbook of the number of ballots cured and potentially keep a list of whose ballots were cured. Number 3, discontinue use of any drop boxes. Number 4, draft an ordinance excluding outside money and advisors for elections. Number 5, no more voter navigators. This is the sole job of the clerk's office. Number 6, no city-driven targeted election campaigns. Driving or luring certain voters to the polls is not the job of the city and can be manipulated to target only certain audiences with similar views of the ones pushing people to the polls. This does not preclude any generic get out the vote messaging as used in the past prior to the 2020 election. Number 7, any ideas, suggestions from staff, alders, or citizens. So we got a little bit there to discuss. I know a lot of this is in reply to the recent election, the primary election. One thing I stated at City Council, myself, and this is me speaking personally, I said, I was elected to be a public servant. A lot of this other stuff has been painful and extraneous at times, and I don't fully appreciate it. I'd like to be able to just do the job of being a public servant. So with that being said, this is the agenda item, and I think the next agenda item will talk more about that. Am I correct? Let me look here. Yeah, okay, that'll be next. I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun here. All right, anybody would like to chime in on this? Alder Gerlach, I'm going to let you start.
I just have a question, please, about number 1, and I claim complete ignorance about this. How hard is it to know whether a voting machine has a modem or an internet connectivity capability, and who could answer that? Perhaps the clerk.
Yes. None of our machines have modems.
Okay.
And does that mean no internet connectivity capability?
No internet connectivity. As you know,
one
connects to an internet either through an Ethernet, a wire right into the wall, or through Wi-Fi. And our machines, our DS200s and our DS450s and our express votes, especially, those are not voting machines. Those are essentially marking machines. None of those have the internet capability.
Okay, thanks.
So Clerk Jeffries, I was just going to ask,
Yes.
You know, even though you're saying that as such, is there anybody who has checked the machines? I mean, just
Yes.
for clarification purposes?
The county has checked the machines and we do not have any modems attached to those.
Okay, as
We
long
also
as
have an
there's,
agreement with ES&S, they provide our election machines, our tabulators, and there are no modems with any of our machines.
okay, although where you brought this up initially, was there anything, any concern on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had received information at more of a state level, I guess, that there were modems connected to our type of machine. And so I did reach out to the clerk's office and to the city attorney and got the same answer. And I was getting kind of competing information. So I wanted to put it on here and see if anybody from the public had any more information. You know, I just wanted it vetted publicly, not just by email.
I'm just wondering if we should open the floor here, because I think there are some interested parties here as well.
Motion to open the floor.
Okay, by Vanderleest, do we have a second? Do we have a second? Alder LaFave? No?
I was gonna ask, I was
Well,
gonna.
we'll open the floor. I'll have you ask something. We just want to open.
Chair, before we open, I think
Steven seconds. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the floor is open. Alder LaFave, you wanted to say something though. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just wondering too, if Clerk Jeffries could give us clarity on some of these points right here. The reason that maybe we had drop boxes and blah, 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 you know, whatever is on here to help us understand.
All right, well, let's hold on to that for a second. I just want to see if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak to any of these 7 items. If so, please state your name and address for the record. And the floor is now open. Is there anybody out there in the public that would like to speak to this?
I would, Holly Razor.
Okay, state your name and address one more time for record.
419 East Captain Circle, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay, Polly, or Holly, right? Holly?
Polly with a P.
Polly with a P. Okay, go ahead, Polly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris Weary, for bringing out, these items to the attention of the committee. I appreciate your putting forth the time to do that. I appreciate Ms. Jeffries' response to number 1. I think that was and is a public concern that we are not aware what that official answer was. So I will take that for what she has stated. Number 2, the point being curing process of ballots. I do find it unusual, or I do find it disturbing that we do not keep track of the ballots that were cured, how many, and cannot give that information. So I do agree with the review of that process, exactly what ballots and exactly what information and exactly who and how we can cure, and keeping logs, as Chris had mentioned, I think is very important to have that data. Number 3, the drop boxes, as far as I know, have been deemed illegal from the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So they are not an option going forward, is my understanding. If anybody can clarify that or knows of anything different, please let me know.
Okay, is there anything else?
The outside money, I completely agree that an ordinance or agreement to not take any outside money to have influence our elections, I think would go far in voter integrity in the future. And then same with voter navigators. I do not know exactly what they did in the last election, but I do know that part of their job was to get out the vote to certain populations of people and helped with registration drives, which I understand as a city is not something they should be involved in. And the registration campaigns, as far as number 6, I believe that part of the registration campaigns that were involved were from the voter navigators. So that the city being involved in getting out the vote to certain demographics of populations, and I don't feel it's a city's job to encourage people to vote. I think it's a city's job to hold an election that people can vote who want to vote. Thank you.
All right, good points. Anybody else from the public?
Janet
Elder
Angus.
Starter, I have had my hand up. the
Oh,
whole entire
I'm
time.
sorry.
You probably
You know
can't
what?
see it.
You know why? I blocked you off with my agenda. I apologize. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, and then I will, Janet Angus, I'll get you next. Go ahead.
I just want to say that to take these all as a pile is, I don't think, very effective. I mean, I think that each one of them, the people asking the question, should get the answer to that question. And if we just pile on all 7 or 6 things, it's not making any sense. We started out really well. So I'm asking, please, can we just do them one at a time? And then we can say, clerk, do you have an answer for that? And then clerk could give an answer, or someone else from the public could ask another question. This is getting all mixed up, I think. Mr. Chair.
Darth, I appreciate that. I was on a roll there, and then obviously I didn't see your hand raised, so I apologize for that. All right.
I would agree.
Okay, that's fine. Then let's get back to, the floor is still open. We're staying with point number 1 right now, ensuring voting machines have no modems or internet connectivity capability. We'll stay on that item. We did have Ms. Reeser speak to that. Ms. Angus, did you want to speak to that at all?
Yes, I just would like to ask one very specific question. The DS450s, I think, those are the ones that were purchased with the money from CTCL. I would like to know if there is a modem contained in either one of those as the equipment. Not if there's no connectivity or this or that. I would like to know specifically if in those 2 machines, if there is a modem, it's like the size of I think of your thumb, if that is in either of the machines.
It is not.
There's no modem at all.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on point number 1? Okay. All right, we're going to move to point number 2. Review the absentee ballot curing processes, including what can be cured and by whom. We should keep a logbook with the number of ballots cured and potentially keep a list of whose ballots were cured. All right, anybody from the public would like to speak to this, and we can you can direct questions to staff or to council members. So, anybody from the public on this point?
Holly will go again.
Pardon?
Holly had some good questions, and I think she
Well,
should.
right. And so, Polly, did you want to reiterate that, what you said about the ballot? I know you said something, but if you could repeat that, I'd appreciate it.
I think Chris's point of review is important, and I think the public, I think there's question about what can be cured, how they can be cured. My understanding is that the clerk has to have personal knowledge of the person who witnessed, and that they are able to cure potentially the address of the witness. I guess just more in depth about exactly if the clerk can talk about how she cures and what reason she does or doesn't cure, and we could come up with more questions if that comes to point.
All right. Clerk Jeffries, can you help us on this one?
Certainly. Currently, I just want to make clear that we do not cure ballots. Ballots are remade. We cure absentee ballot certificates. The certificates are the inside envelope that we send you when we send an absentee ballot to a voter. Right now, I'm not sure what that member of the public, Ms. Brazier, is talking about regarding having personal knowledge. We have in-person absentee voting, which is also a type of absentee voting. There's mail and in-person. When someone comes in-person absentee vote, we witness the fact that they're voting. That's why the voting booths are here in the foyer of the clerk's office. When someone has a witness signature that's missing, we get in touch with them and say, you need to have the person who witnessed you voting the ballot actually sign that certificate. So to this point that Alder Weary made, this is something that has been on my radar for a little while. About 3 weeks ago, I had made some plans to discuss this, do some research in my office so that I can have a better, clear process, not just for myself as the clerk, because I cure absentee ballot certificates, but also for my staff. So I actually would be happy to come back to P&P. I think we have a meeting March 14th with my results, essentially the research that I have done. I also need to review state statute, which I think is in some places a little vague. And then also look at some best practices from other municipalities and come up with a process that makes sense for the clerk's office. Certainly there's been a little bit of back and forth between myself and the Wisconsin Elections Commission about the absentee ballot certificate log. Because we have central count, we do actually have a quote unquote poll book for absentee ballots. However, I do think that we need to keep track of which people's ballots we've cured, ballot certificates we've cured, and for what reason. And if we were able to actually make that cure, there are some people whose ballot certificates we have to reject, which means inside their ballots end up getting rejected. So very happy to come back on the 14th of March with my results.
Okay, you're looking at item 2 here. If there's any other items after we speak to it, I'd like you to entertain that possibility as well. Alder Gerlach?
A question about number 2, and this is a question for you, Clerk Jeffries. Could you please define curing? And of course, everybody talks about curing ballots. Do you ever cure ballots?
No.
And when you say you cure a certificate, what does that mean?
Indeed. Thank you, Alder Gerlach. A certificate is, as I said, and I don't have them with me here. The certificate is the inner envelope and it has yellow highlight on it, basically directing the voter and the voter's witness to sign the absentee ballot certificate. They put their ballot inside and then mail it back to us. There's a label on the ballot certificate. In that label, it contained a barcode that is basically their voter number. So what it means by curing is that the ballot certificate comes back with a mistake. And there are 3 mistakes that can be made more often than not. It is missing a voter signature and a date. It's missing a witness signature, and it's also missing, or it may be missing a witness address. So the curing is, a lot of times people are married or they're partners, and they basically witness each other vote, and one partner will sign the other partner's ballot certificate. So a lot of times we can see the signature and they have forgotten the address. And so then we cure by writing in a different color ink on the ballot certificate, the person's address. So John Smith lives at 123 Main Street. His wife, Jane Smith, has witnessed his ballot. We see they both received absentee ballots. We see it says John Smith on Jane Smith's ballot, and then we just write 123 Main Street in red pen with our initials. So I think it's important to clarify, to what extent we're going to cure ourselves as opposed to asking the voter to come in to cure that certificate. Or quite frankly, sometimes we even send the ballots back, the ballot certificates back. So that's what I meant by curing, fixing mistakes on the ballot certificate.
I follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think you're saying that sometimes you cure in-house, sometimes you ask the people to come in and cure their own mistake, and sometimes you send it back because there's still time for them to cure it and get it back in. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, so I guess that was the question I was going to ask as far as curing. Over the last number of elections, you said that, Clerk Jeffries, you said we don't necessarily cure the votes, or you said we do?
We do not cure votes. We cure.
Okay.
We reconstruct ballots.
All right.
Very important language. We reconstruct ballots when there's a problem with the ballot. And that's an absentee ballot, we can reconstruct. And there's a team of people who are sitting at a table agreeing as to what the voter intent was. That's a reconstruction of a ballot. That is noted in the Chief Inspector statement. The absentee ballot certificate is the envelope in which the ballot is contained and mailed back to the clerk's office. And sometimes there are omissions.
I may be missing something here, but who are the people that check that? Is that your office?
Check which?
Well, I mean, like these omissions or things. You look at that and you say, okay, we got to make a decision to either mail it back or do whatever. That comes from your office.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
I need a clarification.
Go ahead, Alder Stevens.
So Clerk Jeffries, am I understanding you right? We don't cure ballots currently?
Correct. We never cure ballots.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, the floor is still open, and you don't have to see your name again. We know who you are.
Ally Razor. So just out of curiosity, I know often, for a long time, and it's very hard to read most people's writing. How 100% accurate do you know? Just because somebody's married doesn't necessarily mean it was their spouse that signed.
Discern their signature, then we can see that John Smith signed Jane Smith's ballot certificate if we can discern signature. Some people do not have signatures that look like their names, for instance.
Mm-hmm. So you look at the wife's particular maybe certificate to see, or his certificate that he signed as a voter, and compare it to his witness signature.
If they come in together in the mail, and they usually do.
Okay. Otherwise, only if you can clearly tell John Smith is the
That
name.
is accurate.
All right. Is there anybody else from the public on this or any other comments? I was going to ask Alder Weary when you brought this forward, what other information did you have, or, some of the things that you were looking at? Is there anything you can add to this?
No, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Celestine, Clerk Jeffries, for clarifying that, because I really did mean absentee ballot certificates. That was my fault in putting it down probably too hastily, but it was good to hear the difference between the ballots and the absentee ballot certificates. And I'm glad that this will be, I would hope, going to her office and then coming back to really spell out what the process is, what we should and shouldn't do. And it's just really anything we can do to help foster and ensure just kind of that intact, election and openness is good. So I'm glad to hear this. Sounds like towards that right now, this item.
All right, great, thank you.
Alder, may I add something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think it's very important that my office provide information to voters as to how to properly complete the certificate. So I do have voter guides on the website that show people that certificate. There are uniform absentee ballot instructions. That's another part of my research, is talking to the WC to see if there's a way that I can actually put an example of the certificate on the instructions to help people. Interestingly enough, I found an old certificate that was much clearer for where voters needed to sign and where the witnesses needed to sign. It was much clearer, like 20 years ago. So I think it's important to bring that information up to voters if I can.
Perfect.
Is there information as well, at the voting places as well? I realize you're talking about absentee ballots somewhat, but is there something that, when people vote in person, is there any kind of description at all? It's straightforward.
No, because the absentee ballots and the at poll activities are completely separate.
Right. Okay.
Any at the polls.
I just did it for
polls, it's a little too late.
Okay. Alder Gerlach.
Another question, please, for the clerk. You use the term reconstruct or something like that. And then you said people sit around and, I'm sorry, but it almost sounded like you were saying we kind of guess what they were trying to vote. Would you please clarify that?
I certainly will be happy to. So this is what happens is with absentee ballots, not with ballots at the polls, because voters have the ability to put their ballot right into the tabulator. There's someone standing there. There's a chief inspector standing there. And if anything goes wrong with that ballot going in the tabulator, which I haven't heard that any of our machines do that, then we can address that issue right away. Additionally, at the polls, voters can spoil their ballots and up to 3 times and then revote. However, when someone sends in an absentee ballot, there could be someone who has opened up the outer envelope when they receive their absentee ballot and accidentally cut their ballot. There's also people who may make hesitation marks. So I vote for George Washington and I meant to vote for Aaron Burr. So so I fill in the circle for George Washington and I hesitate with Aaron Burr. And so then at central count, there are a team of people who look at those 2 marks and say, yes, this person clearly meant to vote for George Washington, not for Aaron Burr. That's reconstruction.
And if there's a question, then you just say, we can't count it because we can't tell what they meant.
So so especially in that instance, let's say that they filled in the whole complete George Washington and for Aaron Burr, then that would be, and if the reconstruction team cannot discern that what the voter meant for one person, because you'd only vote for one person, not 2, then that would be an overvote. And so the person's ballot would be counted, but it would be an overvote.
I'm sorry, now you have to define that. It's counted, it's an overvote.
Overvote. Yes, you voted for
mean?
too many people.
You wouldn't disqualify that vote? I mean, that's my first thought.
So you can put it in the machine and it's counted, but so meaning the ballot is counted, but no person won that particular voter's request. So when I did the canvas today, I canvass for each, I read out the totals for each candidate, the write-ins, registered or not, the overvotes and the undervotes. And so those ballots are counted. There was one ward, I think Ward 14, where there was an undervote. So the vote was counted at the polls, but none of the contestants received that vote.
Thank you.
Does that help? Okay. Okay, I'm trying to think where we're at now. We're still having open floor, or we're still on number 2. So.
And just another question about, I know the machine that was bought by the CTCL tore a bunch of the certificate opener, tore many hundreds of ballots in the November 2020 election. Are we still using that machine?
That's actually not completely accurate. What happened was the ballots were not folded properly to make the timing marks match up. So if the ballots are not folded, when you look at a ballot, there are black rectangles,
tick marks
along the end, timing marks.
Okay.
And if the ballot isn't folded properly to line up with those timing marks, then the DS-450 rejects it. So in terms of, are we using the ballot opener anymore? We're not. That wasn't a great machine. So we're going to rely on human people opening up the ballots. And then we also take great care to make sure that our timing marks our folds are not interfering with the timing marks.
Okay. And per your letter to the WEC recently, the reconstructed tables are done by one person from each party.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on number 2?
This is Sandy Juno.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and address for the record and go ahead.
Sandy Juno, 616 Dauphin Street. I wanted to make a comment on the curing of absentee ballot certificate envelopes. My past experience is those need to be corrected or cured by the voter or the actual witness. That wasn't a duty of the municipal clerk's office. However, there are at times when the municipal clerk can do it. However, I think what's important, especially under the scrutiny that everyone is with curing ballots, that as soon as one comes in that is incomplete, the elector be contacted immediately, because it really is up to them to come into the office and make those corrections. So I think you need to be very cautious of automatically trying to fill in stuff, especially if you're making an assumption that someone is living at an address where they may not be living. I think you open yourself up to a lot of challenges from within observers in the community. So that would be just my thought, is to make sure daily as those come in, that those collectors are contacted, that they come into the clerk's office with whatever is required to make those changes.
So Miss Juno, and then I'll get Miss or Alderdorf. Miss Juno, so when in your position over the years with the county, that's how you folks carried it out. You would put those votes to the side and then contact the people that come in or the witness.
The county doesn't handle any.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
It's just my understanding of the
Yeah.
statutes and the processes and procedures for handling those items.
Okay.
You know, I'm not saying your clerk is entirely incorrect in saying that they can make corrections. However, ideally, as stated in the statutes, that is something that the elector needs to correct. If their witness didn't sign, they need to have their witness come in and put that signature in. So I'm just saying that's one way you can avoid getting into trouble with groups or other people that are questioning your curing process.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Alderdorf.
So I just wanted to clarify with Ms. Juno. Did you initially say, Ms. Juno, that it is permissible, though, for the municipal clerk to cure a ballot? Did you start off with that? I thought that's what I heard you say.
There are times that WEC has approved or given a recommendation that those can be cured. Again, that is very controversial. Under the statutes, the elector is required to cure their ballot if they have insufficient information on them.
Would it be typical that a person that would use that absentee ballot would possibly a person that would be disabled? And that's the reason they use the absentee ballot in the first place, because they couldn't get in and do the voting. What do we allow for those types of people?
That's why I think the recommendation to have a log on any ballots that are cured, whether by the elector or the city clerk's office, is kept and readily available for anyone asking questions about how that process was done.
It sounded like that's what we're going to get, but we won't know that till the 14th. Thank you so much, Ms. Juno.
Yeah, thank you for that. Alder Gerlach.
You both were using the term curing ballots. Do I understand correctly? Ballots are never cured, only ballot certificates are cured. Am I right?
That is accurate. Thank you, Alder Gerlach. Only ballot certificates.
Alder Gerlach, you're on it. Thank you.
I'm trying to keep it straight.
You know stuff. You do. Anybody else? Those are some very good points. And I think moving forward, I feel confident that we can come up with some good things, and there might be some good things in process right now, but we just want clarity and transparency and all that as well. So is there anybody, Alder Lefebvre?
I just want to say, I think Clerk Jeffries has brought up a lot of good points that she's going to work on and bring it forward to us. But I was going to say too, the reason for people filling an absentee ballot usually is because they cannot come into the poll or the clerk's office to do it. So this is why we have to have something clear, I think, from the WEC to make sure that this is allowable for these people. There's a reason that they vote that way. Otherwise they wouldn't. They'd probably go to the poll.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there's some very good points on that. We'll keep moving along here unless somebody else has something. The floor is still open. So number 3 is discontinue use of any. Oh, Janet, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think if and Clerk Jeffries could correct me on this, because I haven't reviewed this for a bit, but I do think the Wisconsin state statutes and the recommendations from the Wisconsin Election Commission, the WEC, differ. I think the statute is very clear and says if the certificate is not filled out correctly, destroyed. And I think that the WEC came through with recommendations because of COVID. So I think that election integrity is somewhat about people filling out their certificates / envelopes correctly. And that's something that needs to be adhered to. And I don't think that if witness signatures and witness addresses are missing, that we should just be filling them in arbitrarily. I just don't think that's what the statute says. I don't think that's what the intent of the state legislature is. And I think that that's where there's a lot of gray area as far as securing of these envelopes / certificates, just my opinion. But
Okay.
maybe if we start keeping track of all of the envelopes / certificates that are cured, then we can go back and look at them and say, oh, it was an address versus no witness signature versus a signature missing from a voter. I don't know, just
So-
my.
So
my-
you're saying after the fact, maybe, not try to do it on the fly, but, wait, well, of course, you got to get your results in fairly quickly on both.
Processes, where do they cure the ballots? Do they do it in the clerk's office before they open the envelopes?
Well, they said they don't
They do it the
cure.
day of.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to get the votes in,
And
I
then
mean,
who watches the curing of the ballots in the clerk's office? Are there observers that are allowed to
Well-
watch the curing?
well, Janet, there was mentioned that there is no curing of the ballots. That's what I understand. So I'm just saying, you're throwing something out at us, and I'm just saying, I understand where you're coming from, but, how are we going to, we got to get the votes in a timely manner. I still don't understand if Clerk Jeffries brought up the fact that, sometimes you have a vote that they'll count the vote, but they won't count it towards somebody. That, to me, seems a little confusing, but, whatever. So I don't know. I mean, my feeling is that, if the vote doesn't look right, I mean, you could have the vote not count, so I don't know.
I think Janet meant the certificate hearing.
Yeah,
That's
oh, I'm
certificate.
sorry if I said vote. No, if the certificate or envelope comes in,
Yes.
what is the process of curing the certificate? If that's, I would say the envelope, but the certificate. So is that cured in the clerk's office prior to the opening of the ballots, the day of the election? And who observes that curing process that's going on?
Well, Clerk Jeffries, I know we're talking about curing and not curing and all that, but could you answer as well as you can for that?
So these are clerk's office functions that are not election day functions. And so the opening of the ballot certificates takes place on election day. I certainly think that a log of any certificates that were cured, and let me just be clear that if a voter signature is missing or a witness signature is missing, that is not something the clerk's office can cure. You can only cure a witness address if we have enough information to do so. If a voter signature is missing or a witness signature is missing, though, that person has to come into the office.
What's the time frame on that? I mean, how much time do you have? I mean, if before the election's done, correct?
Before 8 p.m.
Before
And
8 p.m.
That's if we have a telephone number. Some people we don't have information for, so time. Absentee ballots go out for local elections 21 days before, and for federal elections and state elections 47 days before. So there's enough time for many people who request an absentee ballot. And I think as Alder Lefebvre or maybe Alder Lefebvre was talking about people who have disabilities. These are people who are on a list called the indefinitely confined list, and they're the first ones to get absentee ballots. So if there's any kind of omission, we can get right in touch with them or send the ballot back to them to fix it and then send it back to us.
Okay.
So hopefully that clears that up.
Miss Angus, does that help or?
Oops.
Go ahead. Janet? Your anything else to add to that?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry for taking up your time with the mute.
No, that's fine.
It does clear up about the signature of the voter and then the signature of the witness. However, I still have my one question out there. When they're curing them, these envelopes in the clerk's office, who's watching the curing process that goes on? Does anybody watch that, or is it just something that's done the day of the election? Because I think they were curing in 2020 anyway, on November 3rd, not in red pen, and there were some questions about that. So currently, what is that process?
So as I mentioned, any kind of receipting, it's not just curing the ballot certificate, but we also receipt the ballot certificate in by, working with that barcode or the voter number. These are regular clerk's office functions, and these take place in the office, which is not accessible to the public. So the public understanding of what's happening with the curing process only should be made known in a log. And like I said, I had already discerned that this is kind of a lacuna in our process. But in terms of looking at the ballot certificates and what has been cured or not, that takes place on election day.
Janet, does that help?
Somewhat, yes. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Is there anybody else, Alder Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great discussion. I'm glad we're having it. Could we perhaps, and this you can bring back, Celestine, could we take a picture perhaps of one that is cured, one of these absentee ballot covers? Maybe that's just an idea of technology age. Maybe just take a picture like, all right, that one was cured, put it in the logbook, boom.
So we'd have to scan those in to our, taking a picture with a cell phone is not appropriate.
No, I didn't say cell phone.
So we'd have to
whatever government approved device you have.
I think that putting in the logbook is probably, but this is certainly something that I can discover in my research in the next few weeks.
Okay, perfect. Because I know if you just take a photocopy, I don't know if it comes out in full color. Maybe it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the legality of taking a photocopy of a ballot certificate. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, we'll keep moving along. We're trying to get on to number 3, right? Discontinue use of any drop boxes. Did we solve on it? I know that Alder Lefebvre, you already spoke to that. We understand that you're in favor
But
of
we
those.
can't anyway because of the state.
Right. I know that. So I don't even know if it might be a moot point right now. I mean, if anything with the courts and that, that is what it is. So unless somebody else has something. Alder Gerlach?
So do I understand correctly that this year we will not be using drop boxes for elections? It's not allowed, is that right?
That
For
is
the entire
accurate.
rest of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of those rare moments where I actually do know something. I'm not asking a question. I just want you all to know that I lived in the state of Washington for 10 years, and Washington votes by mail. And I dropped every ballot into a drop box every single time there was no polling place. My ballot came to me in the mail along with a wonderful book that gave a page for every single candidate that could be voted on by anybody. It wasn't necessarily on my ballot, but it was on somebody's ballot. It gave a couple pages for every referendum item. I filled out my ballot. I had plenty of time, usually 2 weeks to do it. I walked 2 blocks to the public library where there was a great big drop box out in the street, and I dropped it in. I did that every time I voted for 10 years. And I'd like somebody to find out if there's a problem with drop boxes in the state of Washington.
I was going to follow up on that as far as cost, because I could see every voter getting a book and things like that. That could get costly, but I'm just wondering. That was just a side there. Okay, anything else on number 3?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Alder Stevens.
Sorry, my back is extremely killing me today.
Oh, you look fine. You look fine.
I'm sitting on the floor at the moment. So.
Oh, good.
So regarding drop boxes, I know that this year we cannot use them, but what about in the future?
Will it depend on the courts? I mean, I would think.
I'm going to give this one to Attorney Bungert.
Yeah.
Yes. So Supreme Court, or the Wisconsin State Supreme Court, hasn't ruled on the decision or on the issue definitively. So what they did do is they kept in place the stay from the lower courts blocking the use of drop boxes and basically designating that ballots can only be tendered either to the clerk's office or via US mail. And they have taken that decision was appealed to the appellate level. That decision was now taken up directly to the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. And post February 15th, we cannot be using drop boxes. But that decision ultimately or definitively is still up in the air based on the opinion of the Supreme Court. So moving forward for the April election, at this point, the determination is that no, we cannot use drop boxes, but we don't know what the timeline is going to be for the Supreme Court's decision on the issue ultimately.
And that could change.
Okay,
That could
thank you,
change in
Attorney.
the
I have another
future.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
So thank you for that clarification. So my question would be, as a city, could we do an ordinance where we would discontinue drop boxes in the future, no matter what the state level states?
So state laws basically control elections in the state. It's a matter of state deference. So
Okay.
accordingly, we can't have any ordinances that would be contrary to state law. So if state law permits drop boxes, we would not be able to go against that. If state law is silent on the issue, then there would be some research that would need to go into it, whether we would be able to definitively do that. But ultimately, I think we're going to have a decision one way or the other from the Supreme Court, and then that would be what we would need to abide by.
I asked a question because it's on the list, so I'm just kind of
Well,
curious.
no, that's a very good question. Thank you, Attorney, as well. All right, number 4, draft. The floor is still open, by the way. Draft an ordinance excluding outside money and advisors for elections.
What the hell?
All right. Although Weary, I'm going to let you start with this, and then we'll just kind of navigate accordingly.
Certainly. I think this is one that we really can just draft ourselves and say, you know what, we will handle the funding of our elections. There will be no outside money coming in to help with that, because we saw what happened with past election and what happened because of that. So
Right.
it wasn't an issue before. It shouldn't be an issue after if we just say enough of it.
Yeah. Can Alder LaFave clarify what do you mean by outside? Do you mean private? What if the government, what if there's some grants or funding that way from the government?
Obviously, yeah, private would be the main key. I mean, if the state wants to help fund some, great, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure on that.
Private. Okay. Anybody else here have ideas on that? I know all the worry you stated it very well.
That motion of Alter Weary. I feel that's right on target. We can
Okay,
handle our
well,
legal efforts here in the city of Green Bay.
Well, you know, we have 7 different items on this, so we'll have to kind of figure out how we navigate that when we get to that point. Anybody else?
Number 4. I'm just talking about number 4.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
I support exactly what he said.
Okay,
All
right.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Floor is still open. Alder Dorf, you look like you want to chime in.
I do, you know, and I'll just say, of course, I do not support this at all. But we'll talk about this at council because I don't want to waste our time tonight.
Yeah,
Because
I presume that we will be talking about this at council.
We will be talking about it at council.
Right, okay.
And hopefully we won't have another pandemic anytime in the near future.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right. We'll keep moving along. No more navigators or voter navigators. This is the sole job of the clerk's office. Alder Weary again.
Sure. Yeah, well, as we did at council, we actually took them out of the table of organizations. Remember, they were in there and we took them out at budget time. So this is just further reaffirming that those aren't to be used anymore.
Okay. Alder Gerlach, then Alder Dorf, and Alder LaFave.
Could
Alder
someone,
Gerlach?
I know we used voter navigators and I know they were people who helped with something. Could someone please define what a voter navigator and also do other places use voter navigators and what are they customarily used for? Could somebody clarify this, please?
Clerk Jeffries, can you start?
this was something for the 2020 election. The voter navigators were limited term employees of the clerk's office. Because there were it was, early plague, and there are a lot of people very confused about how to vote as an absentee voter. In the spring, as the chief of staff, I had made hundreds of phone calls myself personally to voters who just didn't know what to do. So that's what the voter navigators were. How this got into the table of organization was not my doing. I did not put that part of the budget into play. I didn't do that. But it's up to the council as to which employees we have. Obviously, the clerk's staff is, we have a lot to do down here. There are 5 of us. And when there's a presidential election, there's a lot of work to do. So we will have a presidential election in the fall of 2024. In the past, we certainly have had limited term employees helping us, being paid by us. So I certainly anticipate putting that in my budget for the presidential in 2024. Voter navigator, we don't have to call those people voter navigators, certainly limited term employees for the clerk's office, because running a presidential election is a lot of work.
Alder Gerlach, does that help? Alder Gerlach?
It helps, but I guess 2 things I'd like to know. One is a voter navigator kind of a thing that people use all over the country? And also, then Weary, if he sees the difference between a voter navigator and a limited term employee helping with the elections.
So I'm not aware if other municipalities or counties use voter navigators. Like I said, to me, it was a very special thing because of the plague, being in the early throes of the plague, pre-vaccine, etc. Certainly, though, I do want to say that the clerk's office has, in the past, especially for a presidential election, employed people on limited term basis in order to help out with lots of different tasks.
Okay. Alder Weary, did you want to chime in on that?
Definitely. And, the term itself, I guess it's more in the job duties, right? So, yeah, if there's a lot of questions and you're being overwhelmed, that's one thing. If people are coming in or if people are calling City Hall. But we certainly wouldn't want the duties of a voter navigator to be outreach. Just reaching out to certain subsets, certain areas of the community.
Yeah, to my understanding, they did not do that. They were here at City Hall.
Okay, there were no outbound phone calls?
Outgoing phone calls?
Did they reach out to any groups? Like, were they assigned anything? Maybe you need to call here and help with this. And I'm just, the concern was, who are they helping and what? They should really just be handling. It goes along with the running an election and pushing and pulling certain groups to vote. That's all.
Sure. So they had set up a booth at one of the farmers markets to help people to walk them through the process of getting an absentee ballot. That was a Wednesday market. They had also they had stopped at Coalition of Voting Organizations. They had a every weekend they had a table also helping people.
So what were those voting organizations, Celestine?
It's called the Coalition of Voting. It's one organization called COVO.
I belong to it. We register voters. We help people register to vote.
The voter navigators weren't registering voters. They were helping people to fill out absentee ballots. And as far as outgoing phone calls, I do not know what you're talking about.
Fair enough.
Okay, I was going to ask one quick question and then I'll get Alder Dorf and then Alder LaFave. On an absentee ballot, Celestine, is how many different motions are made when you open up an envelope? I heard it's quite a few. As far as, how many, opening the envelope, checking this, doing that, there's a number of things that you have to do in order to process a absentee ballot. How many steps are there with that? Any idea? Many. Okay, many.
I've streamlined some of those with some technology here in the office, but yeah, many.
All right. Okay, Alder Dorf, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, there are no voter navigators anymore, so this was completely unnecessary right from the get-go. Secondly, I will tell you where the name came from. It came from the hurricane. What was that big hurricane? Hurricane Katrina. They hired some people and they were helping people go through the processes. Being that I was on the ad hoc elections committee, as was Alder Weary, that's where the name came up. Navigators. We were like, what can we call them? I mean, they're going to be helping people understand how to do absentee ballots, which is kind of a confusing thing to do. So that's where the name came from. But they don't even exist anymore. They're not even in the table of organization. The clerk didn't ask for them, and they didn't do any of the nefarious things that they've been accused of doing. So I really feel like this one should just be tabled, thrown out. It's not even necessary to have it.
Okay. All right, Alder LaFave.
Well, what I'm gonna say, a navigator, all a navigator does is to help people go through the process. They don't tell them how to vote. They're not guiding them to vote. They're guiding them through the process. And that's, I think, we do, because let's face it, we're gonna have new voters every year. And do they understand? We got a lot of them, they're young. And they never voted before. They don't understand all the process, especially if they want to vote absentee, because as you noted, we said there's a lot of absentee ballots that people do not fill them out right. The outside, not the voting, the outside I'm talking about. So it's the process that people have to understand. What's the process, and why would we want the confusion? Why do we want to confuse people to vote? We want to vote properly. Do the right thing in the process. Okay. And then do their voting who they want. But we want people to understand the process so that people feel comfortable voting. Voting's our civic duty.
Thank you for that. I just got a civics lesson 101 right there. Thanks a lot.
Right.
We all need it. We all need good civics lessons. Any more on this point? Otherwise, I'll move on.
Well, I have a comment from the public.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Polly, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I for one had concerns about the voter navigators going out to the public and registering people to vote at certain organizations and events. I'm not sure it's the clerk's office responsibility to go out and find voters and help people register to vote. If they come down and they call, like Chris said, I don't know about the outreach. From a public's perspective, I feel it's not up to the clerk's office to do a get out the vote campaign. Again, the clerk's office is to run an election, not to get people to, it's not their job to encourage or find people to vote. It's their job to run the election so that people have the ability to vote. And there was outreach. I consider that outreach when I can't remember who mentioned that they did not do outreach. That is outreach. They went out to the public. I didn't read anywhere that the public was informed. I understand you said that it's all very complicated and we have to help the public. It was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The CTCL money had the clerk's office use those funds to encourage people to vote absentee, therefore creating a lot more work from the clerk's office and a lot more expense and a lot more confusion. So it was a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. And the voter navigators, like I said, did do outreach and with certain groups. And I do think that there was issue, and that I know that Alderdorf said they are no longer in the discussion for this current, but Ms. Jeffries did mention she wouldn't mind help for the upcoming presidential election. So the one thing I didn't see anybody do as far as education to the public is how to change their vote. Wisconsin is a state that allows you to change your vote after it's cast. There was no education, no blurbs on any website, no information to how to help people change their votes. So if this is all about the education process and making sure everybody knows what they're able to do and what they can do, I didn't see anybody educate people that they can change their vote before the election. So.
Okay,
Thank
Clerk
you.
Jeffries, Clerk Jeffries, could you answer to that at all?
About changing one's
Well,
vote?
about changing your vote?
So it isn't actually changing a vote. What you do is you say that I've made a mistake on this ballot, whatever your reason is for a mistake. And then what happens is on election day at the polls, your ballot.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll wait. Thank you. So you can say to the chief inspector, I've made a mistake on this ballot, and the chief inspector spoils the ballot basically by putting a tear in it, putting it in a separate envelope. Before election day in an absentee ballot, you have to call us to let us know, hey, I think I made a mistake on my ballot. You'd have to come down, we'd have to cancel your original absentee ballot, and we can issue you another ballot and spoil that ballot, spoiling the ballot. Up to 3 times.
Before the election's over.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Reeser or Polly, does that help with that, your answer or question?
Well, I think, yes, I understand we can spoil our ballot and recast a new ballot. And I just was making the comment that no one ever educated the public on that.
Okay.
They educated them on the things that the other thing. So.
Okay. Well, and on the other point, and then I'll get to others. Your other point you made about, the navigators and such, even though that's out of our city budget now. Was there, what was my point I was going to make? It was a good one too. I'll get back to it. Alder Gerlach and then Alder LaFave. I'm getting older, sorry.
Aren't we all? I just want to clarify and apologize. I think by jumping in and trying to identify what COVO is, I maybe misled some people. Somebody said, what are the coalition of voting organizations? Who are these organizations? And so I jumped in and said, COVO, I belong to it. They help people register to vote. I did not mean to say that the voter navigators helped people register to vote. My point was that COVO is a local organization, a nonprofit that puts most of its efforts into helping people register to vote. Had nothing to do with the voter.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you for that. Polly, I think we were talking about the navigators before, and I think part of it is that with the presidential election, it's very busy. And, Clerk Jeffries mentioned that, they get LTEs to come in to work on that. And of course, one of the elections, we had 30,000 absentee ballots, so which normally we have like 3,000. So it was chaotic with that. So I'm just saying that might be one of the answers.
Yes, I agree. I again, as Alder Weary had pointed out, it's the outreach that I personally have issue with. And I do believe Ms. Gerlach might not be correct. I do believe Ms. Jeffries just mentioned that the voter navigators did go at bi-weekly or every other week or weekly to these registration drives and help at those registration drives, registering people to vote.
Good. Clerk Jeffries?
Once. And their role was not to register. The role was to inform voters about completing an absentee ballot application.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Alder Sawyer, I just need to step away for a moment, so I'll be right back.
Well, you know what? After we get done with this point, I'm going to need a 5-minute. Can we get through this, or should we take a 5 right now? Let's take a 5. Let's take a 5-minute right now.
Let me say,
7:15.
just a minute. Let me quick say mine.
Okay, say something. Go ahead.
I want to educate Ms. Rosier and Ms. Angus that for many, many, many years, the state would go out and certify people to register. I was an SRD, Special Deputy Register. I had to take a class every 2 years, or was it every year? I forgot. It's been a while. But then the state, in their wisdom, certain party decided, no, we don't want all these people voting. So we don't want people registering to vote. So they cut us out. But that was controlled by the state. You had to be certified to do it. And we went out And I would, you know, that was somewhere I would just ask people, are you registered to vote? I remember someone, well, do you have to be Democrat? I says, what do you mean? We want you to register to vote. I want people to vote. As I said, it's your civic duty. It's something that you should be doing. And I'm kind of upset that my district does not vote very well. You don't have a lot of people voting in my district, and I'm very upset about that because it's important that people vote. It's your voice.
Are you sure at one time? You're doing a nice job. Listen, let's take a 5. I'll be 7:15. We'll come back. 7:15. Thank you.
Questions pending. Uh-oh, it's Chris Weary. I'll call you right back.
Beautiful campaigning, Mark. Beautiful campaigning weather.
I bought a mallet and I got an iron rod that I'm going to be pounding into frozen tundra. Why?
Anybody
That's
running
all.
for a spring election needs to buy long underwear first, and then
Well, I remember when I first campaigned, 10 years ago, I flopped on sidewalks. I learned about unshoveled sidewalks.
yep.
You're facing a puddle laying there, and it's dark out, dogs are barking at you. And I said, is this worth it? But what the heck? I'm glad nobody else had it. Nobody else had to deal with that.
Should I do like that commercial?
Which one? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it is what it is. Well, folks, we back here at 7:16. So I'm glad Clerk Jeffries called for a break because I sure needed it too. All right, we will continue on. I think unless somebody else has something else to add, I think we handled the voter navigator situation pretty well, unless there's anybody else from the public that wants to speak to this matter. Okay, I will move on. The number 6 item, no city-driven targeted election campaigns, driving or luring certain voters to the polls is not the job of the city and can be manipulated to target only certain audiences with similar views to the ones pushing people to the polls. This does not preclude any generic get out the vote messaging as used in the past prior to the 2020 election. I think we did touch on this quite a bit already, but Alder Weary, you want to?
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, obviously our number one job and role is just to run an open and fair election. That's it. Fair, open election. To put out a general message, hey, should vote. But to use money you'd get to target certain groups, whether they're franchised or disenfranchised or belong to any kind of franchise, we shouldn't be targeting anyone at all, because that leaves room for people saying, well, why are you reaching out to them and not them? We should not have outreach at all. We should just run the election and keep it open and fair. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Alder Gerlach.
So now I have a question for Alder Weary. You say that they're generic get out the vote. What does that mean?
I think it was just a posting on a website saying, hey, here's election time. Urge you to get out and vote.
Okay, what if that's posted in other languages than English? Is that acceptable?
On our city website,
Pardon?
If it's in our city website and it's just a generic get out the vote, I don't care if you put it in every single language that exists, whatever.
Yep.
Okay, Alder Dorf.
Just really need a clear explanation of what this item is about, because I have no clue. What were the city driven? I thought that had to do with like driving or luring voters, like picking them up with cars or buses or something. What was it?
No.
What is that? I'm asking Alder Weary. He wrote it.
All right.
What is it?
I think as part, if you looked at part of our the application that we put in for the CTCL money and the money they gave us for outreach to voters, it said we had to target disenfranchised voters. Who gets to define that, right? I mean, why are we just going after that? What about people who aren't disenfranchised? Why are we targeting a certain group? We shouldn't be involved in that at all. Public groups or private groups want to do that, go to town. It's not our job.
So we shouldn't help everyone vote. Voting should only be for certain people.
No, stop it. That's not what I said at all.
I'm not understanding.
Don't act so,
Civility.
You don't target certain groups, Alder Dorf. You don't just target certain groups so you can get larger amounts of that one group. Let's say there's 10 groups. You're only going to target 1 or 2 groups to get more of their votes, because more of their votes probably agree with the way you like, right? But when the next person comes in, they're going to target different groups. How about we don't target any groups? None of them.
What I recall happening was we, for the first time that I remember, managed to put out a lot of different information in a lot of different languages. And I think that was very helpful. Now, when you say driving, you don't mean like, I think we have free buses on election day. You don't mean driving.
No,
them.
not physically driving. no.
You meant like luring, like have a little carrot on a stick or something.
Yeah.
Purpose,
Luring, the luring thing. Okay. Okay. So, but generic get out the vote in any language,
whatever.
perfectly
care.
fine. We can target any language people.
Why, I don't know why that's fine.
Okay,
I
Okay,
didn't know this was an English only debate.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
all right. Anybody else want to speak to this from the public as well? No? Okay,
Well, I would agree with Chris Ware's statement. I think there's a lot of ambiguity between Barb Dorf's comments and Chris Ware's comments to this fact. Again, Barb Dorf liked to use the word targeting. I don't think any targeting should happen. I think information is just placed on the website of the clerk's office for people to find if they so choose to find it. I think it's up to the people who, if they want to vote, they proceed to contact the clerk's office or search for the info, just like anybody else has to. I agree with Chris Weary's comment about not targeting groups, but making it accessible to all. I don't know if that's more
Okay.
clear.
that's fine. That's a good comment. Alder Dorf.
So pretty much people with computers like that can go to the website where pretty much they can look for it, but people that don't have computers might have a little bit more difficulty. I'm just saying that. I'm not talking about targeting people without computers, but everybody doesn't have a computer to be able to get to the website to look. Thanks.
Well, it could be Alderdorf. I mean, there's other ways too. You can television, or you could have some public service announcements, things like that. It's impossible to reach everybody. Even in my district, I think 75% of the people have computers, but 25 do not. So it's an issue. Alder LaFave.
That's what I was going to mention, that we've had other campaigns of get out the vote, and we've had it in the newspaper, on the news, programs. And there's many ways that we can do it. That would be, just, it is a generic get out the vote.
Generic good.
It means that it's for anyone.
Generic good.
Generic.
Yeah.
Just like the cereal I eat, generic, very generic. Anyway, well, great. Okay, I think we got through it pretty well. Unless anybody else has any ideas, I like the fact that we, thank you, Alder Dorf, for letting us do it one at a time. And I apologize. I had my agenda blocking you out, not on purpose, but just the way,
If I could. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I just wanted to bring up, part of these were connected, the not taking outside money and the outreach, because part of the agreement for taking the money was to do certain outreach. And that's where we're tying our own hands of what we can or can't do or should be doing, because we're taking this money from somebody who's controlling it. So
right.
those tie together.
Okay. Let's all think of generic as a good thing. So, all right. Okay, well, how we got through this, basically this item, consideration with possible action on a resolution establishing, I'm sorry, no. Forget that. Consideration with possible action on an effort to restore and ensure fair elections, blah, blah, blah. Well, and we went.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
are we going on to the next one? Maybe, I know it might be maybe we need to close the floor and then we
yes, let's close the floor first.
Is that the legal way to do it?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There was just
yes.
number seven. Number 7.
Number 7. Okay.
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I apologize.
Maybe
any ideas or suggestions from staff, elders, or citizens? I know we threw a few out there, but there might be a few more that people could bring forward. This is open to the public yet. If anybody has some ideas, do it now if you could. Otherwise, I think the way this is trending, I kind of like the trend that we will take a couple of these items and have Clerk Jeffries in her office study them and come back to our committee with some solutions or initiatives, whatever. So anyway, go ahead. Alder Weary, I'm going to let you run this too a little bit. If you got people that have questions or ideas, direct them to you or myself or to the committee. Okay, anybody else?
This is Sandy Juno.
Yes, go ahead, Sandy.
Brown County Clerk. I
Yes.
just wanted to say, I worked with the city for 25 years with them running their elections. The only time they ever did take money from a private entity was in 2020. I think that was a huge problem for you because some of the things that it tied the city into having to do for that money. I know in all the previous years, I've worked with your clerk and helped her when she is having trouble getting the adequate amount of money, especially in a presidential election year. And I always found the council to be very helpful in meeting her needs. There's nobody that knows more about elections than a clerk. And there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. And probably more so than anything is to realize that elections are for the public. And so just every aspect should be open and transparent to the public. So, I hope some of these changes will help things go better in the future. But I just know that I always had confidence in the city council in past elections to give the clerk the resources needed to make the elections go terrific. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Juno. Alder Gerlach?
Just want to remind all of us that the one thing that made 2020 different was called coronavirus. The pandemic changed everything. Just want us to keep that in mind.
All right. Anybody else? Alder LaFave for the 9th time? I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
No, I just wanted to know, well, we still have the floor open, but, and I see Ned Dorf has his hand up.
Oh, he does.
Let him
Or-
speak too. But I was just wondering, when we are done with this one, when we move to the next one, do we leave the floor open? Is that okay? Do we just leave it open, or do we close it?
No,
and
we'll
then read
close it.
and then-
Yes, we'll close it and then we'll reopen if need be.
Okay, so Ned
Ned,
Dorf,
is he out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. You're up there. I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry. All right. What do you got there for us, Mr. Dorf?
Ned Dorf, 1321 Emily. I would like to encourage the council to continue to promote various ways to vote in the city, whether that be by mail, early absentee voting, drop boxes, election day. We need to make voting accessible for all our citizens, present and future.
That sounds good. Although the drop boxes I might have this time, it may change in the future, but I think whatever legally we can do, I think we will look at all of that. Ned, we will look at that.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Very cute. Yes, very cute. All right. Anybody else? Any other ideas? All right. I'd entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Boy, we had 3 of them. I'll take Vanderleest to say that and LaFave to second that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. All right. Well, there was a lot of great discussion. I actually appreciated this discussion. Really transparent. I think there were some good things that were brought forward. Like I said, I think we all want fairness. So I have further points. Alder Weary, I appreciate you bringing these things up. It cleared up a lot of things in my mind's eye, at least. But as far as moving forward, committee, how do you want to do this? Like I said, there's a couple that Clerk Jeffrey said she would handle as is. So maybe we could have something put out there so you would report back to us. All the worry, I was wondering, because our election is April 5th, maybe in 2 weeks, come back with something. How about
Yeah, I
that?
think that would be fine.
Okay,
For instance, just like item number 1, we could put together, you could make a motion, you can do it tonight, based off the opinion of the city clerk and law department, affirm that Green Bay does not use modems or have internet connectivity in their voting machines. I think that sends a clear message. A lot of these things are, as you know, the public is very, everyone's confused about, right? So.
sure. Well, we could as a committee, because it will be opened up at council.
Yeah.
So we could as a committee go through each one of these and just vote. Committee, how do you feel about it?
You can vote on them if you want. Or
Okay.
Mark, we could direct some of them that are slated. for
Well,
filling.
what we could do is go point by point. We could either vote on it, and then, or say we will refer this to so-and-so, but just have some kind of an action item on each one of these. So we'll be opened up in council as well.
Sure.
Anything you wanted to add to this, or do you have any ideas, or we're just gonna move forward? Attorney Bunger? I was just wondering if, taking these, if you had anything to add to this.
Sure, I think either way would work. I think though, ultimately, I think it might be a better option to refer the items that you want addressed in like a formal or written report that Clerk Jeffries can report back on. So any of the items that you want, an affirmative statement or information brought forward, then that can be presented to the committee and can be received in place.
All right.
And then
Okay.
that can become part of the official minutes moving forward with the entire report. So any of the items that you want a definitive answer on, one way or the other, can be referred, and then an answer can be provided in writing.
And that doesn't, we might find 2 of them. that
Can make
this
a
at all.
motion to refer items, 1, 5, 7, whatever.
Exactly.
somebody can. Right.
Okay. Alder Dorf. Oh, sounds good. Thank you, Attorney. Alder Dorf.
Thank you, Chair. Didn't we already establish that there are no modems on the machines and that they're not connected?
Well, I think we did. I mean, that was brought forward. So I don't know if affirming that, I don't know. Is that too much or
If I
not?
could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
think we just heard from the attorney, and I think it's a good idea. You could just refer that one as well as the curing item. And then the clerk and attorney's office could spell out on number 1 exactly what it is in the city, rather than us just kind of talk about it and then put it on file. I think a good statement would be in order. So send it off to them to compile their statement and bring it back.
I'm good with that. Alder Lefebvre.
So you'd want a motion that we want to review the number 2, the curing, and
Okay, what else?
have the Clerk Jeffries come back with the what you found out on the curing, number 2, and also that have a statement on the others that we, like number 1, we do not have modems. You want a real statement from her
Well,
on that, Alder Weary? That you're saying that one, and number with the Dropbox, because we can't do
anything on
so
that.
people
There's
understand.
certain things and there's others put in there as well. So either way, and I would like the ones that are definitive to be voted on or referred. So I would say for the first one, ensure voting machines have no modems or internet connectivity. I feel that, the committee and Clerk Jeffries and a few others spoke to the fact that there isn't it. So I don't know how we could state that. We could state that the committee, someone make a motion to that effect that you feel that is correct. Do you want to do that?
I'll make a motion
Yes.
on number 1, the modem and internet connection has been confirmed by our city clerk. Our machines do not have a modem, and therefore they cannot be connected to the internet. Is that the way it should?
Is that
Does that
Attorney
sound like?
Bungert, does
Attorney
that,
Bungert?
I don't know. Does that sound okay? I would say, just repeat what they said. It's just ensuring the voting machines. We can just say that we vote to say that we agree that the voting machines have no modems or internet connectivity capability. I think that'd be a good motion, wouldn't it?
I'll make that motion, Mark.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second that? Okay, sorry about that. Lefebvre. All right, any other discussion?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay, that point passes. Number 2, entertain a motion to direct that toward Clerk Jeffries. So somebody want to bring that forward?
Motion to
make that
refer to
motion.
staff.
Okay, Alder Stevens,
Oh.
motion to return.
And then I'll second it.
And seconded by Lefebvre. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And Clerk Jeffries, if you could report to us in our next P&P meeting, which I don't have a date for it, sadly. I don't.
March 14th.
March 14th. Okay. All right, good. If you report out to that, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
For item number 2.
Okay, great. Any other, did we vote on it? I can't remember. Did we vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 3, we will not deal with that one. I mean, we don't really have to because it's out of our hands, correct?
Correct.
Or would that be receive and place on file?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, number 3, Stevens, receive and place on file. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Vanderleest. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 4, draft an ordinance excluding outside money advisors for elections. Okay, this will be a little more, that'll be a little more discussion at council, I'm thinking. So
I make a motion to refer to staff to draft the ordinance.
Second.
okay, I know Alderdorf, you're kind of leaning that way, like wouldn't want to have it happen at all. So, like I
Well,
said,
how about refer to staff to do some research on this? I mean,
Yeah, well-
draft an ordinance, we don't even know what.
No, I would say that I like
Okay, let
that.
me rephrase, refer to staff to research and then draft the ordinance after the research.
Well,
Maybe
we
we
may
don't.
we may not decide to draft it. Why don't we just send it to staff for research?
Right.
And then if need be, we can go that route. Is that okay or not?
Weary?
What's
I
your
think
thoughts?
that's fine. Is there a timeline on that? I'm
I-
sure you'll do as quick
well,
as you can, but I don't want to.
I don't know.
Not that I've had items referred that lasted 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Time sensitivity, we have a, April 5th election. I'm not sure we can,
And it doesn't have to be.
we can't, I don't think we can do it in a timely fashion.
Doesn't
I
have
would
to be.
say, to have this referred to staff for, to report back. I don't know. Help me out, somebody.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, why couldn't we say no to outside money? I don't.
Well,
So. I
well,
don't-
like I said, this is going to be pulled at council regardless. So,
Yeah,
okay, I would entertain a motion that says draft an ordinance excluding outside money and advisors for elections. So, committee, does somebody want to bring forward a motion?
I make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second?
State the motion.
State the motion.
I already had a motion on the floor.
Okay, let's go back to Alder Stevens. I apologize. State it again, Alder Stevens.
The motion was refer to staff to investigate and possible or draft an ordinance for us to review.
Okay, so when you said possible, right? All right. Do we have a second for that? Okay. Stevens and Lefebvre, any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay. This is unanimously.
That's a nay for me, Mark.
Is it a nay for you?
I
Okay,
think we want to
I'm sorry.
exclude that outside money.
okay, all right,
Outside money for our elections. It's not a
right,
good idea.
right. Well, this will be talked about at council regardless, so. Number 5, no more navigators. I think we handled that pretty well, didn't we? Are we good with that? So how about a motion to receive and place on file? Somebody?
Receive and place on file.
By Vanderleest, seconded by Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Then I'll jump at once. Okay, Alder Stevens.
No, there needs to be clarification. You say this is going to be at council. We're
Well-
not sure that this may be talked at council, but
Well, maybe not, maybe not.
But you're suggesting that it will be. We don't know if it will be or not.
Well, I didn't say on this point, I said on the previous point.
But you shouldn't be saying that.
Okay, I won't say it.
So clarification that.
Okay.
Because we don't know if this is going to be
Right.
held at council.
Yeah, I'm assuming, never
No,
assume.
there are 7 of us
Right,
in the middle of a situation right now, so.
yeah, you're right. Thank you for your clarification. So, okay, so how do you want to proceed on this? Alder LaFave?
Number 5,
Yes.
I would say that we take the word navigator out and we say, let's see, what are they called? The part-time
LTEs?
employees as needed for the clerk's office for elections.
Alder Weary,
Does that make more sense?
Does that make sense?
Well, I was comfortable with our discussion in that, talking about the role of that particular job. It's
Yeah,
all about the job. When these come up in the future,
Right.
it'll just be, watching that description and what they're allowed to do or not.
okay,
So the motion is that maybe, as Alder Weary mentioned, see what the job description is, and then we can approve that.
I
Or
think it's about
say
the
no.
outreach. You're just there to handle the overflow. You have so much work in City Hall that you're just helping there. You're not going out, you're not reaching out, that's where it can get tricky.
so are we assuming again that we'll have more employees? I mean, I don't want to make any rash judgments here, but I would think that there might be more. Alder Dorf?
We're really not going to let the clerk decide what's needed. I think that we really should not be putting so many barriers on the clerk. We will do, as Sandy Juneau said, we have been a supportive council. We give the clerk what they need in order to do the elections. I think we should just receive and place on file because we don't have navigators in the first place, and we will let them hire extra people. We've always done that. So why is this even an issue? And I don't think we should be defining what the clerk needs.
Okay.
I think,
Okay, receive and place on file.
Look, hold
right
on.
now- sorry.
Go ahead.
I think right now that is a good motion because we've had a robust discussion. There were some on council who voted against taking it out of the table of organization like Alder Dorf. So there is some interest in having it there. So the point of bringing this up is that it could come back. Very well could. So I'm glad we had a robust discussion. And in the future about what the job duties are for any new roles.
Okay. All right, I entertain a motion. Go ahead. Somebody on committee?
Motion
Receive and
received,
place on
place on file.
Okay, by LaFave. We have a seconded by Vanderleest. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. And then the last one. Go ahead. I'm a little fried on all of this. Somebody from committee, what's your thought?
Would this need to be drafted as an ordinance?
Well, like I said, Alder Stevens, like you said before, have it referred to staff, and whether or not an ordinance comes out of it is another thing. But at least to have research. Thought on that.
Would it be to refer to staff to do research on this with a possible ordinance outcome?
Attorney Bungard, you're nodding your head, so.
Yes, that would be appropriate. We just,
Okay.
essentially, we just need, staff needs to have the opportunity to closely review the statutes to see if there's anything that state statutes speak to the matter, to ensure that we're not going to be in conflict with anything that's already in place.
Okay.
I'll
Alder
second that.
Stevens, okay, that's a good motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? All right. Then number 7, we already had, we can't.
So
You don't
number
need an
7
amendment.
would be to receive and place on file.
Do it. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by LaFave. All
And
in-
I would like to clarify my previous comment about council. Because of the decisions that were made here, this may not be pulled at council because the council members may be willing to wait until staff gets back to protection and policy.
Right, okay. Attorney
That's
Bungert?
my theory behind it. So
I like that because we have the election coming up in a month. Attorney Bungert, can we word it as such that, all of this, that, if you pull it at council, I mean, what's the point? Because we're still doing research on it.
Right, there's no need to add that into any of the motions, I guess, because it ultimately is up to the discretion of any of the alders to pull an item if they so wish. If they
Yeah,
wanna revisit the conversation,
you're
right, there's
right.
no way of limiting that discussion via motion.
Sure. I saw your eyebrow go up, Alder Worries, so I think.
Never would want to tie the hands of any council member.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So
I agree with Joanne.
Really?
Attorney Bungert.
I think there's some might want to.
Okay. All right, so we received and placed on file, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay, move right. Can we move it forward? Consider a possible action to review the February 15th, 2022 election and issues that arose at Central Count with the legal public noticing and changes thereof and any other items that may arise regarding the administration of the election. Well, that's a wordy little setup there. And Alder Weary. Does that, yeah. I don't
My
know.
grammar might not have been perfect on that. No, I just put this on here because of obviously what occurred last week, and there were kind of different stories that trickled out, whether it was the day of the election or the day after the election.
Sure.
I just wanted to hear, I don't know if the email we received as a council is the official story or if there's something else.
Well, I mean, our committee, at least I did. I got something from Attorney Bungert, from the city's standpoint. We got something from former clerk Sandy Juneau. Also got something from who else? Somebody else sent a letter too. Can't think of it right now. I had about 4 different letters. So there were a number of folks that had sent things in. So we have the city version. We have some other versions as well. We'll probably have to open the floor for that. So my first thought, and I wrote down what the city did. I don't know if that's something that I could read to folks or let Attorney Bungert kind of do that, for transparency's sake. I guess I'll refer to you, Attorney Bungert, on that.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you kind of just set the table for us on this as far as the city and I wrote all those things down, so I have a few questions as well. So
Alder Starr, if you'd like to share or read the email, nothing that I provided in the email, and I apologize I wasn't able to get back to you sooner. Nothing in the email was privileged information. It actually was substantively exactly what was provided to the Wisconsin Elections Commission. I just did it in form of email to direct it to all of council ahead of, as soon as that correspondence was sent to the WEC, I kind of
email up here.
Correct, had the exact same information that was presented to the
Yeah,
WEC.
let me just see if I can bring that up here. City email. Click. All right, you sent that out. And I had it up here before, but what day did you send it out?
My memory is failing me. I believe that was.
You're young. Come on, that can't happen.
Not that, but young was toddlers, so I might.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that was.
So I believe that was on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
It was ahead of the, yes, correct. It was ahead of the council meeting, so it was on February 16th.
February 6th?
16th, 1/6.
Oh, 16th, I'm sorry. All right, let me just see if I can get to that. I'm sorry, everybody. I had it up here before and 16th. We're working on it. You know what? If I type your name in, that helps. Hold on, folks. We'll get there. Okay. All right. I have it. So I will I will read this. You'll have to bear with me. This is from Attorney Bungert. She says, and this is on February 16th at 4:47 p.m. Wednesday. Good afternoon, alders. I'm reaching out to provide you with an accurate summary of the events that took place and the decisions made in connection with the primary election conducted on February 15th, 2022. This summary in substance has been tendered by Clerk Jeffries to the Wisconsin Elections Commission as well. As you may be aware, the Green Bay Municipal Code, GBMC, establishes a municipal board of absentee ballot canvassers, otherwise known as central count. Notice of central count was posted on the doors of City Hall and on the city's website on February 10th, 2022, in accordance with GBMC 2-290 and Wisconsin Statute 7.52, subset 1, subset A. That statute provides that a board of canvassers shall publicly convene to count the absentee ballots at any time after the opening of the polls and before 10 p.m. The city's central count convened at approximately 7 a.m. and canvassers began counting ballots shortly thereafter. At that time, there was one observer present to witness and observe the canvassing. At approximately 11:21 a.m., Clerk Jeffries was made aware that the central count notice contained a typo indicating that the central count would begin at 4 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. Accordingly, the canvassers paused the absentee ballot counting at this time, while Clerk Jeffries consulted with the law department. After conferring with the law department, Clerk Jeffries reached out to the WEC, who indicated that the WEC didn't have the authority to direct the clerk on this issue. The decision to resume counting was up to the clerk's discretion in consultation with legal counsel. Pursuant to this information and given the fact that election observers had been present at central count since absentee ballot counting began shortly after the polls opened, I exercised my discretion to permit the counting of absentee ballots to resume at around 12:24 p.m. At approximately 2:30 p.m., the clerk's office received a cease and desist letter from the Wisconsin Republican Party challenging the counting of absentee ballots prior to the 4 p.m. time stated on the notice of central count. In order to avoid any further confusion, Clerk Jeffries decided to voluntarily suspend the counting to resume until 4 p.m. Counting resumed at that time and continued until 9:30 p.m. All counting of ballots occurred only during the times prescribed by statute, and election observers were present through the process as evidenced by the attached election observer log. We arrived shortly after central count opened and remained there throughout the day. Additional observers arrived at midday and at approximately 2 p.m. As suspected, the count around 2:30 p.m., 3 additional observers at 4 p.m. when the count resumed, 6 more observers had arrived as well. At all times, central count and the counting of absentee ballots was open, accessible, and actively observed by the public. Finally, it was also brought to my attention that the notice indicated that on election day, absentee ballots can be turned into central count. Historically, central count has been administered in the city clerk's office, and the clerk is to receipt such absentee ballots on election day. For the election on February 15th, 2022, central count was still located within City Hall, though it was on the 4th floor instead of at the clerk's office. However, any absentee ballots brought in by electors on election day were recently by myself as the clerk and recorded accordingly in the clerk's office in compliance with the state statutes. In an effort to avoid any further confusion with respect to returning absentee ballots, however, I voluntarily amended the notice on the city website to make it abundantly clear that only the clerk's office was receiving absentee ballots. Counting of absentee ballots concluded at approximately 9:30 p.m., at which time central count was closed. And this, so Attorney Bungert worked along with Clerk Jeffries on this matter. So, Alder Weary, you brought this up originally, so our city statement as far as what they believe happened, and if you care to, you brought this forward, so I will let you.
Yep, thanks. Yeah, I have a couple questions. I'm sure others will as well. Where to start? That day, I happened to have a half day. I was done working at like 11. So I find out that the ballots were being counted early. So I went down there and just observed kind of what was going on. I'm not an official observer. I don't know what to look for, right? So even though I'm listed as an observer, I think I was the second one to sign in. I don't know what I'm looking at or for. That's the difference. Someone might be there as an observer, but they don't know what they're. I was there. I was wondering from our attorney, what is the repercussions or what happens for a violation? Let's say we were going to have a city council meeting at 6:00 p.m. What the heck? Let's have it at 7 a.m. and we just hold the meeting and we run them and we're done.
You're muted. You're muted.
Yep, I see that, sorry. So in hypothetical, essentially open meetings applies to governmental bodies, obviously. And the purpose is to obviously apprise the public when the meeting is occurring so that the proceedings can be monitored. So in that instance, if a public meeting is not noticed entirely, then obviously there would be there are certain penalties within the open meeting statutes with respect to fining, potentially having to redo all of the items that were acted upon by council, and that would be the corrective measures. In this instance, though, the meeting of the Board of Canvassers was noticed, and it was just an inadvertent typo that an old start time was included in the notice. Instead of being updated, but the ballots weren't counted early under statute. They were still counted within the times prescribed by statute, which is as soon as the polls open, but no later than 10 p.m.
So
it's not a matter of notice not being given, it's a matter of the sufficiency of the notice.
So that's still is that still an infraction? It's not. I mean, obviously you don't want to have invalid notices put out, right?
Right. I mean, there was an error in the notice that has been conceded.
And was that not caught until that day? It just wasn't noticed?
That I would defer to Clerk Jeffries as the present at the time.
Clerk Jeffries?
Yes,
Could you?
Notice.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I did not notice the error, otherwise I would have fixed it.
So that leads me then to from Sandy Juneau regarding people who were going to be there, quite a few people all day long, and they were noticed, looks like 4 times from a combination of you and your office that it was not until 4 p.m. and that was the week before. Wouldn't that have been caught at that time?
I don't know what you mean by they were noticed 4 times from my office.
Well, I'm sure people are here to speak to that, but they were told from you and your office, voting will not count until 4, it will not start till 4 p.m. on election day.
Once again, you'd have to clarify because I basically put the notice on the website, didn't notice the error, put it on the doors.
You weren't called by anybody asking about it?
I personally was not called, no.
And anybody in your office, if they spoke for you on your behalf?
I have knowledge of that.
All right, well, I'd just be curious to listen to other people, but.
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have something? Otherwise, entertain a motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor.
Okay, by Vanderleest. Do we have a second? Steven, second by Stevens. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. The floor is now open. If you care to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Even though you've spoken before, just do it for this agenda item. And we'll keep the floor open as long as there are questions and things to be asked. So go ahead. Anybody?
Polly Razor to talk.
All right, Polly, go ahead.
Isla Captain Circle, Green Bay.
Thank you again. Go ahead.
This is a very personal topic for me. for many reasons of the past year and a half with the city. My husband was the first election observer there by chance because he didn't look at the website. He almost turned away based on the posting on the door, but chose to continue to go in and did not arrive at City Hall till 8:23 that morning. Probably did not check in till about 8:30 by the fourth floor and actually check in as an official observer of the process. The concerning part to me, I know the statements made to the media, to the paper, from the city staff, the mayor's office, that it's a typo. This is not about the typo. This is about the lies that ensued to cover up the typo error. There was multiple, I won't say lies, I'll say false statements, multiple false statements, both to the Press Gazette, to the media about what actually occurred. I think that's the most disturbing part of this entire event. Ahmad Rivera was stated that they knew about this problem prior to opening of, if he knew about it, why did Clerk Jeffries not know about it? There was statements still to the WEC based on Ms. Jeffries' letter to the WEC, statements made by the mayor, statements made by Attorney Bungart, that there was no ballots counted without observers present. That is inaccurate. Matt, my husband, did not show up till 8:30. There was the first ballot was processed through the machine at 7:31:34. So that is an inactual false statement. This has been an ongoing issue with city staff. Going back to the memorandum from Attorney Chavez to the November 2020 election, where she stated in her memorandum details about my time at Central Count, which I had written a letter to all the alders and Attorney Chavez disputing the majority of the facts of her statement. And one major fact that all polling work, all work by poll workers was complete at 2 a.m., which is a false statement. My problem is that all these statements are made by attorneys, by city staff that are made true based on their stating that they're true, and they are not true. I have a huge issue with the inaccuracies of statements made by city staff, attorneys with the city, and the mayor's office.
Polly or Ms. Reeser, I know that you're trying to you're reflecting on other elections as well. You know, we're really trying to specifically look at this one, but I realize you're trying to make some points about that. If you can try to stay as close to this election as possible, we'd appreciate it, but I understand where you're coming from a little bit, so.
Yeah, I guess it's just a pattern of false statements that become true to the public because they are never officially corrected, and the public believes they are true and factual based on the statements made by city officials to the public. So specifically, many misstatements, many changes of statements based on this last Tuesday election. All three, Attorney Bungart, the mayor, and Ms. Jeffries have stated in their official statements that observers are present at all times during all ballot counting. That is factually inaccurate. That's misleading to the public.
So let me ask you a quick question. You said your husband, Matt, was there, correct, at 8:30?
Yep.
How long did he stay?
He stayed the entire day except when Ms. Jeffries stopped counting at about 11:45 and told everybody they could leave and they would reconvene. They would come back, and I think he came back. I know he was there back at least at 12:50. I'm not sure exactly what time he got back, but I know he was for sure there.
It sounded like the count was paused at 11:21 a.m. and then the counting began again at 12:24 p.m.
Yes.
That's what according to the city.
Ahmad Rivera also made a statement that as soon as they realized or were noticed that all ballot counting was stopped until 4 p.m., which was not true because it was restarted at 12:24, if that's what you say, what time it was. I don't believe it's till 12:50, but so there is a lot of misinformation, a lot of untruths, a lot of misquoted statements that deceive the public. So it is a very concerning factor.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that. Is there anybody else?
Oh,
Go-
can I just make one more statement?
Sure,
Um,
sure.
I think in appreciation of what Miss Angus said earlier, I feel that the city, knowing their error, could have easily foregone all of this discontent with the public by just not cam. There was many observers that were planning to be there that did not go there because it was released to say 4 o'clock. To say that observers were present based on my husband being there by accident, he just happened to be there. He's not a trained observer. He doesn't know what to look for either. So I think the right thing to have done, the right decision to have been made was to not continue counting for one, or not have started counting. And I'm very disappointed in the clerk's decision to continue to reduce transparency of the election, that was the decision she came up with.
I mean, Clerk Jeffries and reached out to the attorney and our attorney and also to the WEC on this matter, is trying to do due diligence considering, what had happened. But, like I said, there'll be some more discussion on all of this. Do you have any other points?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Alder LaFave.
I'm not aware that you have to be trained to be an observer, because I was an observer a long time ago when the elections were happening at a poll. I wasn't.
I didn't say he was
trained.
required to be a trained observer. I never said that. I just said he wasn't a trained observer. So
That's a good point.
I'm sorry, but I'm saying anybody can go and observe. You don't have to be trained to be
I understand.
Right.
So,
Well, with that
I'm
being
sorry, why
said-
did you bring that up? You're making people sound like, if someone happened to be there, oh my God, you're not trained, so you gotta leave.
Well,
come on,
what's
people
the
just
alternative?
basically
What
show
is the
up and
alternative there?
my point is that people who planned to be there did not show up there. And for the city to state that it was observed, it was not noticed to the public properly. The people who wanted to be there were not there. And just to state because some person happened to be there and that's good enough for them, I think is inappropriate.
That's exactly what it is. It's open to anybody to walk in and observe. And that's what your husband did. He walked into he was there and he observed it.
No, Alder LaFave, I think what she's trying to say is that there were a number of observers that were planning on being there, that were trained possibly, but did not come because it was a 4 o'clock. Sure, there were people there the whole time, but I think, am I correct in that?
That's not true. They were not there the whole time.
Well, no, I'm not. What I'm saying is that there were a number of folks that wanted to be observers to come in, and they did not come in because the time posted was 4 o'clock, so they did not come earlier. Correct?
And another thing that, because
I need a point.
there's a lot of people who
Chairman.
know that.
Yeah, let me just get that answer, Alder LaFave. I did ask Krishnan. Was that correct, Ms. Reeser, as far as the fact that there were you're stating that a number of observers weren't there because they felt that it was 4 o'clock time frame that they would come in? They could have been there much earlier.
Correct. And the only reason my husband was there is because I know that ballot counting can start at 7 a.m. at the polls, and I never looked at the posted notice. So he went down there as soon as he was able to, but
Right.
And just to make clarification of what you said, Alder Steuer, there was not observers there during the processing of all ballots. I want to make that clear, because that is a statement made by all three parties, the mayor, the attorney, and the clerk, and that is inaccurate. That's a false statement.
I heard also that, Clerk Jeffries was stating that, no more than 5. So we're going to have everybody speak on this matter. No more than 5 observers at any given time, because you can be overwhelmed too. Anyhow, Alder LaFave, go ahead.
And as Ms. Rezer had mentioned, that she knew they started at as soon as the polls open. And that's the thing. I knew that. I know a lot of people who know that. This is how it's always been. It's always been. I mean, it's
No, I
something that
agree.
the
I
majority
agree
of
with
people, I
you.
think, understand that it starts. So,
Yep. It has always been like that, but the fact is that it was a,
Posted.
and there was a mistake made
it was a
on
mistake
the
made, so,
notice. It was a
right,
mistake.
well, we're talking about that right now, so.
Yes.
All right, anybody else from the public? That would like to-
Yes, this is Sandy Juno.
Go ahead, Sandy.
I just want to share with you what happened, what my personal experience was with this February election. Election integrity has been an issue for the last 2 years as it pertains to Green Bay. And it was an opportunity for those of us that are concerned with integrity to have observers attend the central count, because in November of 2020, there was a lot of questions and issues regarding Green Bay Central count. We had a coordinator who had contacted the city clerk's office 4 times. We know what phone number he called to. And for the most part, we don't know particularly which staff, but the first call was made on February 2nd, where he called City Hall because there was no notice posted on your website regarding central count absentee ballot processing. There was no legal notice. So he was asking about that. So that was one comment, and the person he talked to, I'm assuming it was a staff member, wasn't sure why it wasn't posted. However, then he did ask about the number of observers from our group that could be at central count. And he was transferred to Celestine. And their conversation, she thought that the number he had presented was too many, and they agreed on a limit of maybe 4 to 5 observers from our group. That was on February 2nd. February 9th, he called City Hall because there still was no notice posted on your website about central count absentee ballot processing. The person he talked to said she didn't know why it wasn't posted. Check back. On February 10th, he did find the absentee ballot notice on the city's website. It said the starting time was 4 p.m. So he called the city's office to confirm the time that you were starting was 4 p.m. And the staff person said, if it's on the website, it's accurate. Following that information, our coordinator had to go back to the people that were observing and rearrange their schedule from a starting time at 7 a.m. to a starting time for 4 p.m. We are all set to go. Then on the 15th, election day, I got a call on the blue from Matt Razor asking me about central count notice being posted for 4 p.m. and he accidentally stumbled into your absentee center, which was in full process, working with the absentee ballots. At that time, that's when I called our coordinator, who was working through the Republican Party of Brown County. And I believe he may have had a conversation with Celestine, which I can't speak for what their conversation was, but he was told that WEC told him, along with their attorney, that they could process any time between 7 a.m. and the closing of the polls. Now that is in direct violation of what your legal notice had posted. I, as a former election official, take a lot of offense at that. And I say that says a lot about the credibility of the city of Green Bay. Because if you're going to post inaccurate information, you need to suffer the consequences of delaying starting your central count processing until 4 p.m., the time that was told to us and the time that was stated in your public notice. I just find that totally unacceptable. And I think the thing that I find most frustrating is because everything seemed to be covered up under lies. And it's like, if you make a mistake, own it. If you make a mistake and you say the wrong time, well, then you wait until the right time, because you want the public to be able to believe that what's coming out of City Hall is credible information. And I'm not seeing that happen. And this is on top of a couple of your other elections that you had problems with. And it's like, this to me is so frustrating, because you could have fixed it by just delaying it instead of continuing to buck it until you got a cease and desist order from an attorney. That just made the whole thing worse. And I guess, I don't know how you want to proceed in the future, but you know, you're responsible for what you post on the website, what you're telling the public. And when it's wrong, you can't just say, well, you know, we put the wrong time, but I'm going to do what I want anyway. You're not serving the public.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Juneau, I was going to ask you, in all your years as a county clerk, were there other communities that had an issue, maybe not like exactly like this, but maybe where a mistake was made and they owned up to it, or what? I mean, what's your has been your experience?
You know, I think there was a time that I can recall in one of the towns, something came up where they couldn't do their testing of their equipment at the time that was posted. And what they did is they reposted in several locations throughout the community when the new time and date for checking the equipment would be.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you in other central count communities, there are times when they do not start till later, a lot of ballots. So that's not uncommon. And I guess that's why we accepted the 4 p.m. time that we were given, because we knew it wasn't a citywide election. So maybe you didn't have the number of absentee ballots that would require those poll workers being there all day. You know, I'm just saying, it's so important that what you're putting out there, you know, if it's wrong, you own it, because it just makes you look worse.
Okay, but state statute allows us to start the counting at 7 in the morning, correct, of the day of the election?
Yes, you can process ballots anytime between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Okay.
In some cases, it goes a little longer to get the absentee ballots.
Right. Okay.
It's perfectly okay.
Okay, great.
They have to be allowed to be observed.
Right. Okay, Alder LaFave, you wanted to say something?
Is there anything in there about observers? I don't know. They could start the count. Do they?
Well, I'd like to know about
have
observers as far as the training that they have, or, you know, some people, I could go in there and just nod my head a lot, but can somebody explain that as far as what an observer, a trained observer is inclined to do, or how they become a trained observer?
Yes. On Wisconsin Elections Commission's website, there are training videos on there, which anyone who wants can have access to it. It goes through the process, tells you what you can do, what you can't do. And that is something that we had done with our observers. So they were familiar with what they were going to observe.
I suppose there's all different aspects of being an observer. You could look at the way people are handling some of the absentee ballots, if there's a machine there. I guess I just would like to know the full depth of what an observer might see during the course of an election.
Yes, there's also forms or manuals, pamphlets on the website that tells you what you can do as well. And observers, their role is under state statute 7.41.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else right now from the public that would like to speak to this? Anybody else? Okay, well, we heard from Ms. Juneau. I read the email from Attorney Bungert along with Clerk Jeffries. I don't know if Clerk Jeffries, if there's anything you can answer to it. I know you mentioned that this was a typo. It sounds to me like that possibly that this was known about much earlier. You know, if it was the day of, that's one thing, but it seems like that there was some knowledge that this had been put out there earlier than the election date. So I guess
I'm not sure what your question is, Alder.
well, okay, well, to the effect that, you know, just listening to, I saw the email from Ms. Juneau as well, but it just sounds to me like, okay, you mentioned it was a typo.
I did not mention it was a
Oh,
typo.
that's a typo. Okay, well then clarify for me as far as what your take is on, you know, what happened on that day. Like you said, you said at 11:21, you were informed that that the forms or the thing said 4 o'clock at 11:21.
She states it contained a typo per her letter.
So I guess I'm just looking for clarification on that, Clerk Jeffries.
So it was a form that I had used that I had gotten. It was an old form, and I didn't realize that 4 o'clock had been written on it as opposed to basically all day. So, but I'm not sure what you mean by when are you asking me a question about when I discovered that there was a mistake?
Well, I think that was part of what came forward, but I think another thing is if elections in the past were 7 a.m. in the morning where, you know, observers could come in, you know, it seems to me that this has gone on for quite some time, and it just seems like it seems a little tough to follow that on this particular election that we did not adhere to that. We said 4 o'clock and people checked off on it and said, yeah, everything's fine. Let's just move ahead on the website as is. And I guess I'm having a hard time understanding that, you know, that previous elections.
It's really simple.
Okay.
The old notice had a mistake on it. I did not catch that mistake.
Okay.
And posted it on the website. So typo certainly refers to typographical errors. I did not catch that this was a mistake, that I had put this notice on the website without catching the mistake. That is absolutely my fault.
So was that, okay, let me, one more question is, so if, I'm still trying to understand that, you know, with previous elections that, you know, things started at 7 o'clock as far as having observers come in. Why did we even have this memo out there that conflicts with that setup for other elections?
Right.
Like, I'm just having a hard time understanding that.
I did not create this. I did not author this. I used an old form.
Okay, and the old form was made by, you don't know who made that form.
I found it in our internal documents, but
okay. But I would think that things could change where, you know, if you have a real busy election versus one like a primary where maybe you'd say, well, 4 o'clock will be fine. But for other elections, not, you know, for busier elections, no.
Like I said, this is a mistake. I'm not sure why 4 o'clock was on there at all. I certainly, in my experience here for a year, I would never have said that we're going to start counting ballots at 4 o'clock.
Right.
That would be very, very late. So I'm not sure how 4 o'clock got on there, to be honest with you. But let me.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking.
It was my mistake. I did not catch that mistake, and my mistake in not catching it and putting it on the website.
Right, but now you're admitting to that mistake. Was there ever a time before that where, you know, you stated that, like, you know, this mistake was made, etc., or is this something that's coming out just now? as far as, your take on it. You said a mistake was made.
I
But
didn't say a mistake was made. I said I made a mistake.
Oh, well, well, that's how you look at it, I guess. Although LaFave, go ahead.
Yes, I just, listening to Miss Rosier talking, I thought it was interesting. She mentioned that her husband was down there. He saw the notice on the door. He said, oh, he saw it at 4 o'clock, but he walked in anyway. He sat there for how many hours? And why didn't he bring it up right away? If he saw that notice, that was his duty to go right to the clerk and say, hey, there's something wrong on this notice. He didn't do that. Was there a reason why?
It's not his duty to do anything, for one thing.
Excuse me. Now you're questioning it, but you said your husband could just sit there. Wait a minute. No.
He's not a trained
It's a civic
observer.
duty to bring it up. Why don't you let people know ahead? Hey, wait a minute, there's a mistake here.
Well, it's Ahmad Rivera said he knew about
anybody
it
would
before the
do
polls
that.
opened.
Okay, civility, civility.
No, I'm saying that.
So
I just
Ahmad
wondered,
Rivera
there was a
stated,
reason why he sat there and waited, and then he thought, oh, hey,
Okay,
I'll catch him on
I'll go
this.
LaFave, let
That's
her,
something. Come
okay,
on.
go, Polly, go ahead. Go ahead, what's your
Sorry.
answer?
Let's come on, let's be honest on this. What is going
he
on?
was there because I told him to go there. He
So
is
you
not
knew
a
it was
trained.
at 7
Alder
o'clock.
LaFave, Alder
I'm sorry,
LaFave,
wait a minute, I'm asking her. I want
No,
I
her to
know, but
clarify
you're
this for me,
interrupting.
please.
Okay, finish your
Please just
point so she
clarify.
can answer. Please,
Well,
go
she
ahead.
said, yes, her husband went there because she told him at 7 o'clock. So he shows up and he saw the notice. I can't understand why he wouldn't say, wait a minute, there's a notice on the door saying 4 o'clock.
I feel this
And
is
you're
mute.
counting right now. If you're
It
really
is mute,
concerned.
Ms. Elder Stevens, because the point of the fact is still that Ahmad Rivera stated they knew about it before the polls opened. If that's the case, he chose not to do anything about it. Now he is obligated to do something about that. My husband, on the other hand, is not. He is a citizen of this city. He has no obligation to make any statement at all to the city about anything. He is not trained. He did not, he was there. He was doing his own work. He has a job. He was on his phone. He wasn't paying much attention. He was there as a person. Again, he has no obligation whatsoever. Ahmad Rivera, on the other hand, if he was aware of it, did have an obligation. And if he was aware of it, as he so stated to the press, why didn't he do anything? I think Alder LaFave, that's the question you should be asking. Now, Clerk Jeffries was aware of it at 11:20. She made the decision to continue counting even after she was made aware of it, even though the posting was at 4. That's a question that decision I would question in and of itself.
She made her, did you listen what she said? That they call the WEC to find out what can be done. Because, okay, now we found out that there was a, and Miss Juno said, well, she should have just stopped. She made a decision on her own and blah, blah, blah. No,
she did make it
took
on her own.
responsibility, and she did ask, what is our
Okay, Alder
responsibility? What can we do?
Alder
with
LaFave,
this?
you're not
And
aware.
that's the question they were given.
Alder LaFave, you are not aware that the WEC did not make a determination. They did not tell Attorney Celestine Jeffries that she could continue counting. They were unable. They do not have the authority to make that decision. It was a on the in the Press Gazette that the WEC gave her the authority. They gave her the go ahead to go ahead and continue counting. The WEC has made a very official statement that they did not give her the authority. They told her to discuss it with her own counsel. Her counsel told her it was up to her to make that decision. According to the WEC letter written by Celestine Jeffries, she said it was her decision. She decided to continue counting.
After
Right.
legal counsel.
I got a question for Attorney Bungert real quick, and then Alder Stevens. Attorney Bungert, okay, the statement was stated that, Mr. Reeser went down there and, Alder LaFave is saying, well, as a citizen, he's a voting citizen, he should have maybe made mention of this versus, Ahmad Rivera, what he had done or as such. I guess I just point is that incumbent upon Mr. Reeser to report something like that at being a citizen or not? In your estimation?
Right, I think that's it. I don't, as far as me being able to weigh in on whether that's an obligation for me, Mr. Reiser or not, that I can't comment on. There is the ability to be able to report different issues and errors to the WEC by any elector. Is it a affirmative duty to do so? No. Obviously, that's up to everybody's discretion as to how much they want to participate or not. But as to the reasoning, why Clerk Jeffries was alerted at the time that she was, that obviously would be a question for Mr. Reiser. But no, there is no affirmative obligation under the law for a person to be compelled to alert anybody of anything. There are methods to report irregularities, fraud, issue questions. There's a WEC hotline to call, things like that. But
Clerk Jeffries reached out to you, correct? And to try to get legal's determination on this.
Correct.
And what did you state to her?
Essentially, well, obviously our conversations are privileged, but in general, with what we were in the context of what we were able to provide within the letter, we contacted. I reviewed the statute, did some research into what the statutes were providing with respect to the notice and the timeliness of the notice, what needs to be in the notice, the restrictions with respect to when ballots can be counted, and then simultaneously, Clerk Jeffries did contact the WEC, who informed her that she needed to contact her legal counsel, which she did, and that it was within her discretion to decide whether to continue with that. Counting was allowed in the sense of within the time frame that it can be counted between when the polls open and no later than 10 p.m. There's no prescribed start time. It's whenever the polls open.
All right. Well,
Point of order on that. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney Bungert, so you gave no opinion either way. You didn't say go ahead or don't go ahead.
I didn't make the ultimate decision, as it's not my role as the attorney. I researched and looked at what the statutes provided and what the legal counsel was, conferred with colleagues, and we reached out to the WEC, who's the regulatory authority with respect to the election. So obviously, these are decisions that are being made in real time with central count underway, and trying to get to the best and within the time frame allowed, and presented all that information to the clerk.
Oberdorf.
I just have a question. So the WEC were silent on it, basically, right? Saying that they were neither approving nor disapproving. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say silent. Obviously, we did converse. So I don't want to make it sound like they ignored us altogether.
I'm using that as a expression.
They can never give us. They can't give us legal advice, right? So they always obviously say that you have to confer with your local counsel, and then they have their own guidance and things like that that they provide to the clerk's office. So in this regard, this was something that the statutes obviously aren't clear on how to correct an issue like this, and so based on that and the fact that the counting was happening within the times prescribed, the direction was to confer with legal counsel, and that it was within her discretion, which is what we provided for in the statement that was directed to the WEC and to the media.
Great. So she used her discretion. We used our discretion. We continued on. It was tacit approval then. The clerk decided to do it. It was done. Now what? What's the relief that's being sought here? I'm really wondering, where is this going?
So if I may speak, Alder Sawyer.
Well, sure, the floor is still open.
So I guess to the point of fact that the official letter, which I would call from the city to the WEC, is that there was observers present during all ballot counting. That is inaccurate. I would expect that should be corrected and the statement made true. The official statement from the mayor's office, the official statement from Attorney Bungert to the alders, I know, also made that same misquote, falsified statement. So I would expect the public to understand that that is not true. That is not an accurate statement.
Okay. I had a quick
I
question.
I have a question on that
So, go ahead.
for Ms. Russo.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming this evening, and thank you to Sandy Juneau as well. My question for you is that you kept stating that the observers were not present
Correct.
before 8:30.
Correct.
Clerk Jeffrey, is that a true statement?
My husband was the first observer on the observer log.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
But Clerk Jeffrey?
So when I looked with, thank you, Alder Stevens, when I looked back at the notice, it says, it gives the impression that there was someone there at 7 a.m. And I did know that Mr. Razor was there at, yes, thank you. So it does give that impression. I think correcting it is certainly in order.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for pointing that out to us. But what I'm getting at is I'm also feeling that we had 3 different departments reach out to the media within City Hall. One was the chief of staff. That's seems to be the main one, but the chief of staff is not involved in election process. So I think as a council, we need to determine when it comes to elections, who's going to be the head chief to speak to the public and to speak to the media.
So
is that something that you would kind of think we should be moving towards going to future, so there's no of this confusion and there's all these people that are talking that may not know the true story, except for clerk of staff knows everything that's going on?
Are you asking me, Alder Stevens?
Yes, and yes, both of you, I guess. So,
Well, I mean,
I just feel like there was a,
my comments from when the floor is closed too.
sure.
Yeah, you can hold that.
So
But I just feel like there's confusion, and we portrayed this to the public with this confusion, which I think is something that we should have never done. Am I correct on stating that?
I feel you are. You know what, I just to piggyback on what you just said, Alder Stevens, on television, I was watching the news and they were interviewing Clerk Jeffries, and she got to the point where it was getting a little, the questioning might have been getting a little.
Where's
the city attorney? She's there. Okay, all right. Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
Okay, well, I just.
Good.
I was not interviewed. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, no, okay, real quickly, basically I saw a television report and you were speaking a little bit about what had happened, and you and correct me if I'm wrong, but you directed people to go to the mayor or go to the mayor's office to get questions answered. You weren't interviewed. Okay, then what did I see? Oh, I could have sworn.
I think you're right, Attorney Alder. Ben Kromholtz, I know, asked her for an opinion. She referred them to the mayor's office.
If he put me on camera when he did that, that was.
He didn't. He didn't.
Well, then I must have been dreaming, because I thought I saw something where Clerk Jeffries, where you referred to the mayor's office. You said, and you're the clerk, you handle the elections. You're not the mayor's office. So, all right. Anybody else? Sure, or Larry, go ahead.
And unless you want to close the floor first, that's fine.
Well, you know what? Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this? Otherwise, we're going to go back to committee.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, a motion to close the floor. Anybody?
Motion to close the floor.
By Vanderleest, second by Stevens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, the floor is now closed. All the word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad we went through some of that. It cleared up some of it, muddied some of it. when I went down there at 12:30, I did ask, Clerk Jeffries, about it. Everybody was referring me to her, and she came up, nicely and talked to me a little bit. I don't want to say I was misled, but, she did say she talked to the WEC and the city attorney. I didn't really get anything after that. So it almost made it sound like her decision was reinforced by that. And maybe I misread it. Maybe it was the way it was said, but I did mention if it were me, I would have just stopped it or not even done it till 4. If it were me, I'm not in charge of it. I'm just there seeing what's going on, and I said, people are going to be angry. You're going to be angry by your decision. And I know, Celestine, you said, they might be. Well, they are. So it just would have been better with that notice. When I left at 1:30, I was there at 12:30, 1:30, about an hour. I took them all off the door. I have them right here. The 3 doors coming in, I took them all off. They all say 4 o'clock. Why leave them up, right? Took them all off.
Can
And
hear
then
you.
I later found out from a media that they were all back up about an hour and a half later. So why would we put the same wrong notice back up again, at 3 o'clock? That was confounding. 2 things I think can come from this. We need to
Excuse me, I have an
clarify.
answer. I have an answer. Alder Weary, she just said that she stopped it until 4. Of course, they'd put the same thing back up at 3 o'clock because then she stopped it until 4, right?
Okay, maybe the timing worked out there, but they
That
should have been
makes
taken off
sense.
the door. Okay.
But
So
they got to
2
be
things
put
that
back
we
on.
can 2 things that we can move forward here is we need to publicly clarify what happened with facts, not 3 different opinions. Obviously, Ahmad jumped in before really knowing what was going on. I hope it wasn't just lying his pants off. But even in the report here, according to Rivera, the city was made aware of the error before the polls opened. Contacted WEC about the issue and asked whether we could proceed. He said the commission allowed the city to proceed. I don't know. You're speaking for the city here. You're speaking for the mayor's office. You got to watch that. I don't know if he's lying through his backside or not, but can't have that. And so we need to clarify publicly exactly what happened. And then accountability is the other part. Clarify exactly what happened and accountability. And that's the part that's really gray. And attorney, I don't know what options do we have? Can we officially reprimand someone? What can we do? Because there needs to be accountability, and we're not hearing it at all from the mayor's office, so there's not going to be any that we know of. So, Attorney Bunger, what options does the council or committee have?
You're muted.
You're muted,
Yes. That I can't speak to specifically. I would have to look into what options council would have. As under the statutes, like I said, there are there's parameters under open meetings law that would remedy the situation that can be looked into, but that's not necessarily exclusive to the council. Council obviously has its discretion and its own regulatory and conduct issues. I don't think it would necessarily fall under that. So I have to look into exactly what kind of options council specifically has to remedy this situation. Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020, and we can't revert back and redo something like this. Election day has passed. So we would have to probably look into it a little bit further to find out. I don't want to speak out of turn and not give you a full answer. So.
I appreciate it. Obviously there was a legal notice violation, conflicting and inaccurate statements. We just want to rebuild that trust and transparency and our credibility. Sure. And that's what this is about. So I don't know if we need to have that for us at council next week, if that's enough time, or 2 weeks.
I can look into it and hopefully have some answers for you.
How about this, Alder Weary, if we have Attorney Bungert and her staff look at this, and depending on Attorney Bungert, if you want to confer with the powers that be on all this entire matter and report back to us in 2 weeks. Is that something that, Alder Weary, would you be good with that? Because like I said, there are some unanswered questions, but how do you proceed? You got 2 sides here stating things, and I agree with you in the sense that I think that there needs to be some accountability here. Whether it's an apology, a written or something. There needs to be some accountability, I think, just for the clarification of the citizens here. It was a mistake. Okay, it was a mistake. Now, how far do we go with it? I would say we just need to have some kind of resolution on that of some sort. Alder Dorf, go ahead.
I think I heard accountability when I heard a person say, I made a mistake. Are you talking about consequences? Are you talking about punishment?
I am not throwing that out there. I'm just saying
And then what
that.
is it? I heard accountability already. What?
Okay.
What?
Then what is your take on accountability? Just an apology? Would that be enough?
Are you asking me?
I heard.
I'm asking Alder Dorf.
I heard someone say, I am a human being. I made a mistake. It's a mistake I did not do on purpose. I will not want to do it again. I made a mistake. That's it. It's a mistake.
Okay.
So for Celestine, for Clerk Jeffries, I think she's done. Now, I think Alderman Weary has a concern. Other people, they're not even here. And I don't think this is supposed to be talking. We're not supposed to be talking about a bunch of city staff and what we're going to do to them here. Is that legal? I'm not even sure that's legal. But I did hear a lot of accountability tonight in the letter. I saw the city going, yep, this is what happened. Yep, it was wrong. Alder Weary, did you really take the notices down off of the door?
Bet your backside it did.
You took the public note and you didn't correct them so that we were sitting there without notices on our doors?
The notice the state starts at 4. That's all it says. Well, run leave.
Wow.
Well, let me ask you that.
So yes, I removed illegal notices. You're welcome.
And then you went back and made sure the right ones were put up again, so we would be complying with the law.
Well, apparently more were put up.
Oh, boy. Alder Gerlach, help us.
I can't help you, but I have a question for Attorney Bungert. Were those notices illegal?
They were, it's a matter of sufficiency. There really is no classification as to a legal or illegal notice. Open meetings requires that a notice has to be published. For the Board of Absentee Ballot Canvassers, it has to be published at least 48 hours prior to the to central count convening. So that was done on Thursday. It named the place and the location and what was going to be happening. The question is the time, obviously. So, taking it into context and taking in all the circumstances that there were observers there, it was happening within the time prescribed under statutes, or at least the counting was happening within the time allowed under statutes. It's a matter of sufficient and whether constructive notice was met.
I have a question for you too, clarification.
Go ahead.
Can the general public or alders remove that notice?
There's nothing in the statutes that prescribe that anybody can remove the notice, just that the notice has to be published.
I only asked because Alder Dorf and Alder Weary, no, but I did, so I'm just wanting clarification that it seems like both parties were right on doing what they did, so. But I think moving forward with this whole, we need to pick, or the council or needs to refer to staff to make it one person regarding elections is going to be the forefront for answering questions with the media or the general public when they walk into that city hall building. Because it seems like we have 3 different people saying he said that, she said that, you said that. So I think moving forward, we need to clarify this is our go-to person.
Attorney Bungert and Alder LaFaith.
Yes, just to clarify, I do understand that the mayor's chief of staff put out or answered some questions. I don't know if it was an actual statement that was put out to the media, but did provide some clarification information, I believe to Fox 11 on the evening of February election day. And then overnight or going into the morning, it was determined that one collective statement, once we've had an opportunity to kind of review everything that happened, my office took the lead in collecting statement and information from the clerk's office, and based on, you know, my involvement in it as well, pieced together a timeline of events of everything that happened and prepared that statement as one unified voice on behalf of the clerk's office to give that to the WEC. So I just wanted to clarify that there weren't, you know, multiple people talking at the same time. The mayor's office gave a prelim information in the evening before central count closed, and then my office wanted to take the time to really take a step back, look at everything that happened, piece everything together, and give everybody a full picture, which is why I was working on that letter all day, which is why that didn't go out until the afternoon. After additional consultation with staff, with the WEC, that letter was verified as far as the timeline goes, and then that was provided as one statement from the city.
But it seemed like the chief of staff gave his interview or his comment to Fox 11 before 4 p.m. That's not evening.
My understanding was that was in the evening.
No, because
I'm
it
not
hit
sure
the
exactly what time it was, but it was not, that was the only statement that was made. And again, I don't know the exact timing, but I do know that it wasn't early in the day. And it was the one and only statement that came out of the mayor's office, because I believe
if my recall it was before 4 p.m.
Okay.
Alder LaFave.
Yes, Alder Weary, he took the notice down, and I don't know how long he was there. You just took it down, but you didn't tell anybody that it was wrong?
Glad to discuss the item on the agenda. Yeah, they were wrong. They were on my way out. I took them down. You bet. They were wrong. They said the wrong time. I didn't want anybody else coming up the door to see 4 o'clock.
But
just because.
So then they would see nothing. So they would see nothing, and they'd say, "Well, nothing's going on."
It's election day, as you said. We always count to 7. They would just go right in. They wouldn't turn around.
But did you mention it to them that the notice was wrong? Did you show them? Hey,
point of order.
4 o'clock. Did you?
I'm not the one here for this item. This is about election integrity and whether or not we take it serious. And we've seen from our mayor, the mayor doesn't take it serious. There's been no repercussions, nothing. It's for the private sector. And your main job was to run an election. And you had another snafu like this after the last couple of years of hubbub, whether it was your fault or not. You know what? You'd have a letter in your file. You'd have something. The public sector, the private sector would not just say, well, they made a mistake. Made a mistake. Oh, well, that it's not what would happen. And that's what gets people upset, is that we just shrug our shoulders and say, oh, well.
Alder Weary, you're not answering my question.
I answered your question.
Did you?
Down.
No. Did you tell them? Did you show them it was wrong?
I said I took
duty. I'm sorry.
They knew they were wrong. Whose fault is that?
If I was there and I saw that, I would have said
for you, Kathy.
Immediately.
They already knew. They knew they were wrong
here. But you didn't.
Well, Alder Weary, I was just going to ask you on that too. You know, I understand, you know, the transparency and everything you're looking for, but you know, I wouldn't say it's overly surprising, but my thought would be just to inform the parties that you could you have gone into the clerk's office and say this is wrong, instead of just taking the notice down. The only reason I say that is because, you know, sure, it's open to all the, you know, observers all during the course of the day, but if there's no notice on the door, even if it's wrong, I'm just wondering how I would react. My first feeling is that I would go into the clerk's office and say this is wrong.
Well, it sounds like a half an hour after I left, the counting was stopped. So.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. Alder Gerlach.
Question for Alder Weary. What time did you take those notices
Funny,
down?
all the questions now are about me, the clerk who made all these mistakes.
Yes, I am appalled. Shocked.
Oh,
I had
I'm
no
glad you're appalled.
idea that
I'm glad you're appalled.
anybody.
I've never seen this.
Excuse me.
motion out of you have an
Floor,
election
right,
mistake.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, make your point, Alder Gerlach.
I am shocked. I had no idea anybody took those notices down. And now I'm finding out one of my colleagues on the council
I said
took
it at
the
council
notices down,
during
did
my
not,
speech.
did
Let her
not,
finish. Let her finish.
did not do the appropriate thing and go in and say, oh my God, look at your mistake. What did
They
you
already
do?
knew.
Excuse
They
me.
already knew.
What
They
did
already
you
knew they
do
were
with
wrong.
that city property you
knew they
took
were
off
wrong.
that door?
They knew they were wrong.
What did you do with that city property?
I took this because they were wrong and they already knew it.
Where
Don't
did you
turn this
put
around to where it belongs, Alder Gerlach.
Well, we're unraveling here.
Yeah, that's because people are focusing their ire in the wrong place. It's amazing.
Well,
It's amazing how we screw up an
Excuse me.
election and they can't get mad
Excuse
about that.
me.
hold on.
They're mad I took down an
Excuse
illegal
me. I
illegal
believe,
item.
I
Crazy.
believe, Mr. Chairman, I
Explain
had
that to your voters.
Alder Gerlach, finish your statement and then Alder Wery.
It's a question and
Okay,
it's
your
not
question.
about either. I'm looking for answers. What time did you remove those notices and what them?
You know, I didn't look at my watch exactly, so all I know is they were put back up shortly after.
Where did they go? Who put them back up?
I don't know, not me.
What
And
did
they
you,
were the wrong, I don't know.
what did you do with the ones you took? It was city property.
Okay, are you gonna talk about what happened with the election or not?
Nope,
Well,
I'm asking you a
I'm not here
question.
to take your quizzing.
Chair, just a point of order.
I'm not.
go ahead, Stephen.
This would be, and I realize I'm not a member of the committee, but this would be
Yes.
highly unusual to have this type of back and forth. I mean, the rules
Yeah.
are people make a statement, that's it.
Yeah, make a statement. That's it. That's a good point.
And then she runs away.
All right. This is Alder LaFave and then
I'll make my statement. Yes, this was wrong. What happened? Yes. It was a mistake. And I know it's important, yes, that we have a proper notice, but it was a mistake. So now how do we go on from that mistake? How do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? How do we, let's see, dot our i's and cross our t's? And we have to realize people are human. They make mistakes once in a while. And I really get upset that some of these people are harping back to 2020. Come on. There were lawsuits. There were all kinds of stuff that happened. And it was all, let's see, the courts and everybody know what was a bunch of baloney. Come on, let's stop it.
all right.
Let's stop it.
Okay.
And let's move on from this mistake that was made. It was not deliberate. It was what happened. And I am upset that a citizen did not come forward sooner and say, hey, I saw this. And it could have been corrected. It could have been corrected a lot sooner.
Okay. Attorney Bunger.
So then it went on and on.
Attorney
I
Bunger.
wanted to add some point of clarification to Alder LaFave's statement. So in reviewing, obviously, the issue, essentially a resolution moving forward to ensure that, you know, all notices that are being posted with respect to the election and not being able to, you know, rely on the accurateness of other templates that have been used by other administrations. We're going to just have additional city staff, including law department, review the notices, double, triple, quadruple check everything before it goes out. It's just an additional step we have to take, and we have to add into the timeline of events and a multitude of tasks that that await staff with respect to administering elections and preparing for elections. But that's essentially what needs to be done just to ensure the accuracy of everything.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that that'll happen. You know, I really feel that, you know, we can't go through this again. We can't. No matter how big or small, we can't do this. You know, we're public servants. We have a lot of other work that we need to do. We spend too much time on this. So
I'll make that motion.
What's your motion?
Attorney Bunger just said.
You want to, well, restate that, Attorney Bunger?
I don't think it necessarily needs to be a motion. It was just additional information because I had, or anybody else had mentioned it before, if staff had reviewed what can be done in the future. And these conversations obviously did take place. So wanted to add that to the landscape.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think we need some direction, you know.
No, we do need
stated.
some direction. So
Yes, stated direction
Alder Stevens, do you have something to
to
add
make
for
sure it
this?
doesn't happen again.
Yes, like I said before, I appreciate them doing. I do appreciate Celestine stating that it was her that did it. You know, she printed that form and didn't realize the mistake. You know, she owned up to it. And I think we can all agree tonight, she owned up to, yes, I printed in a form that had the incorrect time on. I think we all understand that. All of us do. But I think moving forward, for us to get the public's trust, just like in 2020 to last week, we need a communication director that will deal with election, the day of election. We can't rely on the mayor's office to do it. Celestine, or, you know, the clerk, she's extremely busy that day. Maybe her director should be the communication director when issues arise where Celestine can go to her and say, hey, just so you know, the general public is coming, the media is coming. This is actually what happened. So the narrative is correct immediately when a mistake had happened. I
Do you have
think
a suggestion?
that's
Do you have a
something.
suggestion who that might be? Do you have a suggestion who that might be?
All of us can come together with. I do not think it should be the mayor's office. I think it should be someone that's not tied directly, or that's tied directly with the clerk's office.
Alder Story, if I can interject, obviously staffing issues have to be done within the purview of human resources. So if this is something that the committee would like to suggest, it can certainly be, as you know, to refer to staff to discuss the option of designating, you know, someone to be a communications liaison or point with respect to elections moving forward. So that would be a way of being able to get that.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
Because I just feel that would give direction for the general public and for the media. This is the person we need to go to if we see something, or if something has come up during the election process, that we have this communication director or person that can figure it all out for all of us and for the general public.
Mark, I'll make one suggestion.
Alder Weary, it looks like your mind's moving over there. So, any comments?
Alder Vanderleest wanted to interject something. Go ahead, Alder.
I recommend Attorney Fowles. He's our go-to guy on a lot of things. I think he'd be a good man for the job, to be the spokesperson, and he could work with Celestine. I think he works with all the department heads, and he could be the spokesperson for if there's errors in any part of the department works or within the administration. I think he would be the person, Attorney Fowles. He
is an attorney. He's a director, but he was an attorney. So
okay, well, he's still an attorney.
And it looks like our clerk has a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Clerk Jeffries.
So, you know, as Attorney Bunger pointed out, in terms of communication on election day, and as Alder Stevens pointed out, it's a matter of human resources as well as who has the information. So I'm the one who has the information on what's happening on election day, Deputy Clerk Uwgb. Perhaps let us come back and talk about this. I certainly think I could have, been a little clearer about what was happening with the public, and I certainly did that in my role as a chief of staff. And I think maybe it's not a person, maybe it's persons, but I would just ask the committee to allow the staff to work on that and come back to you. I also just wanted to correct, I keep having 3/14 in my mind for PMP, and I sent PMP the actual dates for the rest of the year. So it's actually March 7th and March 21st are the dates for meetings. I fully anticipate having something about going back, about curing on the 7th. I'm not about this issue though for the 7th, maybe the 21st. But I would just ask the committee to let staff talk about how that could be handled.
Well, we've had quite a spirited dialogue in all parts, and some of it's cleared up, some of it isn't completely cleared up. So I need to be able to look at something, whether it's 2 weeks or a month, that we can actually look at, a document of some sort to state how we're going to move forward. So I feel pretty good about that. I don't know, committee, if you feel fine with that, but as far as like having staff report back to us, we already have one motion, where was that? That was to review absentee ballot curing processes. We already have that in the books. But then also to look at a point person, as Alder Stevens brought in. So I would entertain a motion from the committee on that. Alder Stevens, do you want to do that?
The point person?
Or, I mean, what you were.
Sure. So, attorney, it looks like she popped in, so.
Yes, no, if you just wanted some assistance, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, just listening to the conversation. So it would just be a motion to refer to staff to have internal discussions about communicating appointing or designating a communication team or communication person to more adeptly handle elections day, communication requests, media requests, and requests for information. It was a little verbose, but
yeah, as the attorney just said. So can we have that by the 21st of March?
That's what I wanted to ask, if we could do that by the 21st. Yes?
So I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think that'd be a good goal.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Stevens, seconded by LaFave. Attorney Bunkert said. Can we vote on it? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you all for the spirited discussion. I'm sure that, well, I'm not sure. Well, we'll see how it all. It's going to go to city council next week. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to make any assumptions. I got corrected once on that, which is okay. I don't mind being corrected. All right, thanks all. Can we move on, please?
Did you say you just made a mistake?
I did? Did I make a mistake? Are you picking on me?
No, this is it's a very productive meeting tonight. So
listen, I am a human being too, believe me.
Yes, I know. I know
Yeah.
all of us.
All right, let's move on. Number 7, consideration. Here's another thing where we got a couple of more items that could take a while. I'll read this and I'll ask the question. Consideration with possible action on general ordinance number 6-22 to repeal and recreate section 26-19 subsection B of the Green Bay Municipal Code relating to possession of marijuana, previously referred to staff for drafting at the Common Council meeting of December 21st, 2021. I guess my first comment was, is this overly time sensitive? We've had a long meeting today. Is this something we really want to delve into today? Alder Dorf?
there were members of the public waiting to speak
Okay.
all this
All
time.
right.
So I really
All
think we
right.
need
Well,
to-
this is just my opinion.
Okay, sorry.
It's just-
I just happen to know there's members of the public waiting.
Thank you for your diligence on that. I would entertain a motion. Well, committee, do you have anything to say on this before we open the floor? Let's make a motion. Attorney Bunger?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, I just kind of wanted to go through the memorandum.
Yeah,
kind
go
of
ahead.
Answer any preliminary questions.
Yeah, I should ask you and police. I
correct,
dropped the ball on that. Go ahead, Attorney Bunger.
Yes. As the memo kind of lays out, our current maximum penalty is just set at a $500 forfeiture, which with court costs comes to $691. The default forfeiture amount, so the default police officer would write on a citation would be $350, $502 inclusive of cost. But there's no distinction in the penalties for minors or for different other circumstances surrounding the offense. So to kind of create a more equitable context, the proposed ordinance essentially provides more defined distinctions depending on location and depending on age of offender. And the nature and the circumstances of the offense. So the most significant change is circumstances, meaning that if someone is possessing less than 28 grams of marijuana and or consuming in a private space like a private residence or home, the citation would be $0, a $0 forfeiture, but would be $61 inclusive of court costs. So a citation would still be issued. It wouldn't be a scot-free situation or a warning. It would be a ticket, and that would cost $61. So there's still a consequence. However, the monetary burden is much more proportional to the impact of the offense. Next, the penalty for possession of marijuana in public, excluding vehicles in operation specifically. So possession of marijuana in a moving vehicle is a completely different realm. It would also be $0 forfeiture amount, $61 inclusive of costs. However, consuming marijuana in any amount in a public place, including a parked vehicle, so like a vehicle parked in a parking ramp, consumption of marijuana in such an area would have the same maximum $400, $691 inclusive of cost. We also, in order to obviously not overlook cross kind of forfeiture amounts with respect to drug paraphernalia, we had to set out a separate definition with respect to marijuana paraphernalia, and it carries its own forfeiture amounts, because if we didn't add that in, effectively what would happen is somebody could get a citation for possession of less than 28 grams for $0, but could also get a citation for $1,000 for possessing the paraphernalia that holds the marijuana. So kind of the purpose of trying to diminish the monetary burden would be thwarted essentially if we didn't address the marijuana paraphernalia specifically. Lastly, there's a section to address persons who are under the age of 21 years. So in the proposed amendment, someone who is 21 years of age or under 21 years of age, I should say, in an amount less than 20 grams, consumes or is in possession of any marijuana paraphernalia can get a citation with a forfeiture max of 100, which would be $187 inclusive of cost. And that's regardless of whether it's in a private residence, a private space, a public space. So 2 points that I do want to point out specifically, because I believe they were kind of brought up in conversation or in discussion on this item previously, both at committee and council, is that these proposed changes are not legalizing possession or use of marijuana. It's essentially just focused on reducing those forfeiture amounts, which was the initial inquiry that was brought by Alder Galvin. So it's bringing them back down to kind of a level that's a little bit more equitable and not since and having to pay a ticket that's over $600. for less than 28 grams for essentially a simple possession. And then lastly, this section would not apply to incidents of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of a restricted controlled substance. It would not apply to incidents involving amounts of marijuana above 28 grams. Those are situations that would be dealt with under criminal statute.
Wow, we're not gonna have a quiz on this, are we? That was good. That was good. Police, Lieutenant Mahoney, you've been so patient.
Yeah. Hang tight, we're gonna silence one of our mics.
I kind of like that. It's a nice sound. Kind of futuristic.
Yeah, we're open to anything. Obviously, we just enforce the laws.
Sure.
I do believe personally and professionally that the $0 amount, that if you're at home is fine. If you're out on the street, I would like to see some type of fine. It doesn't need to be a lot, even if it's $25 plus cost, because you are out in the public. That's just something from the police perspective, to kind of have various, at your home, it's a certain amount. If you're out in public, it's another amount. If you're out in public using it, then it would be a third amount. So that would be just a perspective from the police. We're not saying it needs to be a large amount by any means. Like I said, if it's the $25 plus cost, it would, probably shoot it up right around the $100 range, that if you're caught out in public not smoking. But that's just the police perspective on it. I know the law office did a lot of work on this, so we're not against it. We would just like the little tweaking, if at all possible.
Okay. I was going to ask you, Lieutenant, I was looking at the stats here from 2016, and I don't know if you can clarify some of that. It's just that, are these, the totals on the bottom, there are 345 up to 441, depending on the year. Do you find that the police department spends a lot of time, maybe in an inordinate amount of time on this particular issue? I know, true or false, I mean, there's other communities or other states that it's legalized, but I'm just, in your estimation, do you feel that you're spending a lot more time on this marijuana issue than you should on maybe other issues?
I guess you could say that it goes in spurts. In my opinion, when the states around Wisconsin, so Michigan, Illinois, Minnesota legalized it, we ran into some, I guess, education where people are like, well, I bought it legally in Michigan, why can't I have it in Wisconsin? I could tell you, yes, we do enforce the law, but most of our marijuana arrests, it's because we dealt with the person for something else. The curfew violations for kids, a disorderly conduct, many other violations, then we find the marijuana on them, and that's where we deal with it.
Okay.
Have we dealt with it because, yes, we walked by someone and we could easily smell the odor of marijuana on them? Yes, but normally it's kind of a secondary where we're called for something else and we find the marijuana, so then we deal with it then. And I'll be honest, the number of citations compared to the number of times we just give them a verbal warning and dispose of it, I would say the number of citation is probably about a quarter to a third of the actual instances we come across the marijuana. Most times we give warnings and just dispose of it.
Well, I think the points that were made by you and Attorney Bungert on in the public or driving, those are two different elements. When you're in your own house, I was under the understanding that there would be no fine, but there could be court costs if there is a citation. So I don't know. I know Alder's on a cruise right now. I wanted him to kind of weigh in on this. He probably doesn't want to hear us. It'll have some ideas on this too. And just my concern is how much time the police spend on, dealing with this issue. And like you said, it's more secondary in terms of other problems that come up. And this just kind of is kind of happens after the fact. Committee, do you have any?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Alder Stevens, and then Alder LaFave.
Okay, thank you for drafting this. I do think the private part is good at 0, but I take a little issue on it when it comes to multifamily living. The individual doesn't own the property, someone else does. So could we have that reworded where it said privately owned, or can we not do that? Attorney?
Yes, I think really the distinction is that private owners in like multifamily dwellings or like apartments, essentially from a regulatory perspective, I think it makes more sense for the property owner to be able to enforce their own rules. So it wouldn't really be a situation where the residents would be cited, but it could be a term in the lease that, just like you can present, have rules for your apartment building or within the terms of a lease that there can be no smoking by residents. It could be no smoking of marijuana or other drugs. There could be no drug use, and that could be a basis upon which, there could be a violation under the lease or violation of the rules of the building. So property owners wouldn't be prohibited from being able to regulate their building spaces however they see fit, as long as it's obviously not discriminatory, but with respect to, not having smoking in your building, that could apply to both tobacco and marijuana. However,
I understand that part.
otherwise the onus will be becoming more burdensome on the police to determine whether somebody is the property owner or not the property owner. And in the context of issuing a citation from the perspective of law enforcement, that would be a bit complicated.
Alder Stevens, have you had many issues with that, being an owner of a number of units?
Well, as of last year, we're a smoke-free community, so.
Well, there you go.
So, but I just brought that up is because if someone is smoking marijuana here and I'm reaching out to Lieutenant Steve Mahoney and he's coming out here 3-4 different times, well, I personally feel that resident should get a citation of some sort, so.
Well, I would think in an apartment situation where you have a number of units.
But we do have,
yeah,
in our lease, we do have it outlined that, yeah, we can tell you to leave, so.
Okay, well then.
So Joanna's correct on what she's saying. It's, the proper
And
landlords would have it in there. Go ahead.
Alder Stevens, just so you're aware that we do have the discretion that second and subsequent offense, we can make it a circuit court charge. So if there is a person that's habitual that we're always going to, yes, the first offense might be the $60-some citation, a 0 fine, but court cost. But if it's someone that we've gone 2 or 3 times, 99 out of 100 times that officer at that point would make it a circuit court charge, which obviously has a lot more teeth to it, where instead of just receiving a $68 ticket, they're now looking at criminal charges and possibly jail time.
Okay.
Well,
I just bring it up because of multifamily, that's my business, that's my career, so.
Although Lefebvre, and then I would entertain a motion to open the floor.
Yeah, I wonder why do we put up to $1,000 on the paraphernalia? I mean, then you're essentially telling them that you're going to fine them up to $1,000. You got 0 on there, but you're really going to fine them $1,000.
Right.
Come on.
So the distinction would be that for drug paraphernalia, what the ordinance does is it ciphers off marijuana paraphernalia versus drug paraphernalia. So it's creating its own subsection that marijuana paraphernalia will be cited as $1,000. But drug paraphernalia is within its own section. So the purpose of that is so that somebody doesn't get a $0 citation for the possession, but then can get up to $1,000 max for the container that carries the marijuana, because that essentially would be counterintuitive for what we're trying to accomplish.
Is that something that the police can check?
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Yeah, that.
Alder Lefebvre, to explain, possession of drug paraphernalia, if we have someone that has heroin, they might have needles, they might have syringes. normally your possession of marijuana, we call it a one hitter or a pipe. It's one literally pipe, or it's used specifically for marijuana where, yeah, like if someone has cocaine, we could charge them with possession of paraphernalia if the dollar bill that they used to roll up and snort the marijuana has residue on it. That's what they use to facilitate taking the drug. So I believe what Attorney Bungard is saying, that if I come across someone with a marijuana pipe, that possession of paraphernalia is a different dollar amount than if I came across someone with a crack pipe, which is a much harder drug. So that's the difference in the drug paraphernalia and marijuana paraphernalia.
Maybe then that needs to be stated in here so it makes it more clear what we're talking about. So, because I just thought, hey, paraphernalia for marijuana, you're going to have it. If you're going to smoke it, you got to have the pipe.
Well, I never understood why you could sell.
Whatever, you know?
Sure.
You know, you can paraphernalia, you know, on the street, but you can't use it. Is that true? I mean, you can buy them. You can buy paraphernalia, but you can't really, you're not really allowed to use it. Is that true? Lieutenant Mahoney or attorney?
Yes, people are allowed to buy them because in theory, some of those items can be used to smoke tobacco products, which would make it perfectly legal.
Mhm.
It becomes drug paraphernalia or marijuana the second they put marijuana in it. So
Okay.
just we call them head shops that you see selling all the glass and all that. Yes, it's perfectly legal for them to sell, and it's perfectly legal to buy until marijuana is put in them. Then it becomes drug paraphernalia.
Okay, well, I'm glad you
Like fire.
clarified that.
That's
I can
like
sleep tonight.
fireworks
I can
inside,
sleep
but you
tonight.
can't shoot it off.
Yep, I can sleep tonight knowing that. All right, we have people
I
on
had
the
a
audience.
second, I had another question. Second
All right,
question.
and then we got to open the floor. Go ahead,
Sure.
Alder Stevens.
So regarding the consumption of marijuana in public space, I know Lieutenant Honey said $25. Would you be comfortable with $1 up to $50?
It wouldn't be, to clarify, consumption is up to $500 maximum.
Yeah,
So
but could we
currently
drop
have.
that
So
down to
it would
50?
just be, it would just be possession of marijuana. So logically, if someone is going to go purchase marijuana, they're most likely going to have to enter a public space to get to their private space. So the intent is to not punish someone that has it on their person. If, you know, if they're speeding and they get pulled over, and they have it with them and it's within the amounts and they're not consuming and they're not under the influence, they're essentially just, they have it on their person and they're not within their private residence. They're gonna have the same citation amount as, it's the same forfeiture amount as it would be if they, you know, were being issued a citation for possessing it within their residence.
Okay, all right.
Mark, I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, and then we got to open the floor. I know I
Okay.
keep saying I'm threatening there, but go ahead.
In my district on Packerland Drive, there was 2 people killed by a person that had been using marijuana the entire day. And this is about 2 years back.
Sure, I remember that. Very sad.
The deal is that, you know, we're reducing a lot of the fines, you know, for illegal drugs. Basically, it's an illegal drug. It's not been sanctioned by the state of Wisconsin or the federal government. And you know, like what our police officers, you know, they don't want to see it go down to a you know, very minimal fine. You know, we should keep it a little bit higher, so people realize that it's not really a legal drug to be using at this point. You know, it's nice to say we're going to reduce all the fines and everything, but what's it really doing? What's it doing to our younger people? I have people that live in my district that they have younger teens and they're involved with the marijuana use and things. And, you know, the one mother told me that, you know, they can't count on, they can't trust them. You know, they're in other words, it's a stepping stone to something else. You know, that's the comments that I've heard. You know, so are we really doing the right things by reducing these fines? You know, I think we got to look at that as well. And you know, it's a sad scenario when people get in accidents and people were killed. And young
Right.
people, that's a thing that, it's really an illegal drug when you come right down to it. And we're trying to say it's okay, we're going to reduce our fines up. We're not going to do much about it. I think that, the laws that we got in effect right now are probably doing a good job, without reducing it. We're talking about reducing the fines down and all that.
Mhm.
I think what we're doing right now is okay with me, as far as what we're giving out for fines and things. And I think, do we want to just open the door on everything that's going on? Better think about that
Sure.
as well. Think about the
Okay.
accidents that happen and a lot of young people that are
No.
not really being productive,
All
Chair,
right, Alder Vanderleest,
Chair.
okay. Well, Attorney Mays and then Alder LaFave and then you.
Well, I would like to make a motion after Attorney Mays to open the floor.
Okay, yeah, that's,
we can do
yeah, we
that.
gotta
I'll
open the
second that.
floor. I've been threatening and nobody's listening to me. Attorney Mays.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we did integrate Alder Vanderleest's comments from committee, comments that were heard at the council in making this recommendation to maintain the penalties as is for public consumption. Those citation amounts won't change from what they currently are. It's still a fairly significant penalty. Right now, those citations come out to $502. So if somebody is, outside a bar smoking, or they're sitting in their car in a public parking lot and they're smoking or consuming marijuana, those would still carry the current penalties. There would be no reduction in those penalties. So we did take that feedback into account in crafting these recommendations that certain council members do want to maintain and see rigorous enforcement. It's the private residence use and transporting it to private residence and just simple possession. That's where the reductions are happening. So public consumption is not seeing a reduction. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you
Is
very
there a
much.
quick-
Appreciate that.
Okay, good, thank you. Attorney Mays, just one quick point is, so if somebody is consuming on their property, that doesn't seem to be as much of a fine per se, or, you can still have a citation, but then you decide to go out and drive and do things, well, then you're under the purvey of other rules and regulations then.
Right, we can't supersede state statutes. Those would fall under, OWI laws.
Sure.
Or if there's greater than 28 grams, that's
Right.
a whole nother ballgame.
I think I knew that, I just wanted to hear it stated, so. Okay, who wants to make a motion to open the floor?
Motion to open the floor.
Thank you,
Second.
Alder Stevens, seconded by LaFave. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, all opposed. Okay, folks, thanks for waiting. How many hours we've been here? 4 hours. Thank you for waiting 4 hours and 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record if you'd like to speak, and the floor is now open.
I'd like to speak. Ned Dorf, 1321 Emily Street.
Okay,
Thanks for taking this up again.
you're multitasking here. You're on how many issues can you deal with? Anyway, go ahead.
Somebody's got to slow me down at some point.
Sometime. Go ahead.
Appreciate you taking this up again. I've read through the proposed ordinance. I think it looks good with, in-home use being at a $0 forfeiture, plus court fees if applicable. The same for small amounts of possession. And I do, also believe that it's important to keep fines in place for people using in public or people operating vehicles under the influence. We certainly don't want that. But I think the public opinion has come to the point where we as a populace would rather take a hands-off approach if people are going to be using marijuana privately in their own homes. And I think we'd like to direct our law enforcement in that direction. And it doesn't sound like there's a lot of pushback from law enforcement when it comes to that. It sounds like, they're reading the situation that we're in right now culturally. I did take a look at the arrest records that were attached to the packet. Last time I spoke, I noted that there were racial discrepancies in arrests. If you look through those data that were shared, it rings true here in Green Bay as well. We have approximately an 80% Caucasian population, and white arrests account for about 40%. We have approximately 4% Black population, and that accounted for over 20% of the arrests. So even though use is similar across racial lines, the arrest data is still very skewed. And I think that we need to start recognizing that this is more than just a liberty issue, it's also a justice issue. So I'm fully in support of us. I don't know if the new ordinance is perfect, but it certainly moves us very far in the right direction, and I appreciate the work that's been put into it.
Any questions of Mr. Dorf? Otherwise, we'll continue opening the floor. Thank you, Ned, for your testimony. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Oh, that Ned said it all, I guess. All right, I would entertain a motion then to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Closed by Vanderleest, seconded by Stevens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, some good testimony. I appreciate Mr. Dorf's testimony, and Alder LaFave, you have something.
Yeah, I really appreciate Alder. I forgot his name. Galvin. Okay.
Yeah.
Bringing this up before, and I think that was important because somebody can have a small amount of marijuana and make a mistake, be out in public. There's a difference in private to public. I do think, yes, we do have to set some standards for our community. But I want to bring up something what Alder Vanderleest had mentioned. He's right about marijuana, overconsumption of marijuana when you're driving. It's intoxication, just like alcohol. And this is something I try to bring forward to the committee, that we are noted as the most, we're one of the worst cities in the United States for alcohol consumption. And then we have drunk driving, people driving while they're intoxicated. So I think this committee should look at that too. Sorry, I do tie them both together because they're both impairing people driving. And it's important that we look at both of them.
Yeah.
And as a city that we take a stand on both of them. So yes, I think as it's written, it sounds valid, it's good. And I'm glad that there was they kind of differentiated with the paraphernalia, but I still think maybe this should be worded in here. So if somebody reads it, they're thinking, well, just the marijuana pipe is, I'm going to get that $1,000 fine.
Could you, Alder LaFave, could you point that out? Where is that? I'm looking at it. Well,
Let's
they
see,
have
let me
E.
go down. See
It
what
says
paragraph it is.
marijuana
It's
paraphernalia includes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th
E.
paragraph down.
Yeah, E, 1E, marijuana paraphernalia. Is that what you're looking at?
Possession of marijuana paraphernalia.
Yeah.
And then it does state, go down a little bit further, there's $1,000 amended, but it could face a citation of a maximum forfeiture of $1,000 for possession of the paraphernalia under the drug paraphernalia penalties. So,
Chair.
yeah, so
Yes,
I had to ask for clarification on that.
I think it was clarified by Lieutenant Mahoney. He pointed it out pretty well, I thought.
But I'm saying
Steve?
if somebody reads this, they won't understand it because they're not going to get the direct.
Alder Stoyer, if I
Yes,
can interject
yes.
really quickly. So
Alder,
Alder,
go ahead.
yeah, I think the confusion is coming between the memo that I provided, which kind of gives an overview summary, and the actual text of the ordinance. If you look at the actual ordinance text that's attached, It provides a definition for what includes marijuana paraphernalia, and then there's a provision in there that possession of marijuana paraphernalia carries a forfeiture amount of $0. So it is clear. The reference with respect to drug paraphernalia was to provide context as to why we included marijuana paraphernalia, because if we didn't, the repercussion would be somebody could get a ticket for a max of $1,000 while they would be only getting 0 for the possession of the drug itself. So it's already addressed and contemplated in the ordinance.
I think it's been
Okay,
done
so I was
well.
reading the other one. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's done well, and I appreciate Attorney Mays
thank you.
talking about Alder Vanderleest's concerns, and I'm glad you addressed those. So,
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
yes, great, thank you, Alder Stevens. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by LaFave. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. And again, that goes to City Council on March 1st at 6 p.m. Are we moving along here? Please say yes.
Yes, we're going.
Okay. Number 7, consideration with possible action on general ordinance number 7-22 to create section 26-19 subsection E of the Green Bay Municipal Code relating to penalties for storage of junked vehicles, previously referred to staff for drafting at the Common Council meeting of December 21st, 2021. Hopefully you weren't looking at my old car in my driveway. All right, Attorney Bungert.
I'll refer this one to Attorney Mays.
Okay, Attorney Mays.
Yeah, this was part of that list of lower level offenses that had been created the last time this came to committee. This was the one item where the penalties weren't quite in line with offenses. We took feedback, including feedback from Alder Brunette at council, looking at keeping the ordinances simple and focused. We dropped those other offenses that weren't discussed much at committee or at council, and we moved forward with the amendment to the penalties, as well as the penalties for the abandoned junk vehicles, just to bring this one in line with state statutes.
I thank you for that. Committee, do you have anything to state or say?
Could you just tell us the amount of the fine if you had a junk car sitting in your yard that was illegally parked there for a long time?
Yeah.
What would it be? What would be the fine?
$10 to $50.
Yeah, it's stated 10 to 50.
That per day, or is that how does that work? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Each day could count as a separate instance.
Okay. That'll add up.
Probably each day that it's noted by inspection or the city, right? Yeah.
So is that would be a city inspection issue, I presume? Or
most likely.
Most likely. Okay. Not parking utility or anything like that? Inspection.
No,
not likely.
I went to inspection when I had it in my district.
Okay.
And I think, Mark, you're probably okay, because there's a difference between a junker and a collectible car.
I save all my cars until they die. 22 years old, I don't care. Anyway.
All right, Chair.
Listen, go ahead, Craig. Alder Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for doing the work. I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Stevens, seconded by Vanderleest, correct? Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes. Thank you, Attorney Mays, and for all your work on that, and Attorney Bungert and your staff, the staff. Thank you. All right. Wow. It took 4 hours and 22 minutes to get to my favorite part. Liquor violation report. Lieutenant Mahoney.
Thank goodness that we have absolutely nothing to report. So we're done for
Good
tonight.
news. That's good news.
File.
Yes, by Stevens. So we have a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Public hearing. What do we got here? Do we have something?
Hope not.
Was there attorney, anybody? I see public hearings there. Please say no.
No.
Yeah, no, we're done.
All right, who wants to make the motion?
Motion to adjourn, please.
Please, you said please, so I'll give it to you. Alder Stevens, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vanderleest. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Aye.
You're fantastic, all of you.